All right, looking stable tonight. For now. Any technical mishaps want to make themselves known real quick, so we can handle it now rather than later? I'll give you a sec. No? All right, cool. Hey guys.
Hey. Going.
It's all right. It's all right, except for the fact that I've been having a lot of trouble sleeping, not because of just normal trouble sleeping. I'm now having disruptive sleep because of the renovation going on my first floor.
Sure.
So I am somehow managing to wake up before like 6 p.m. and it's miraculous, honestly. Not quite sure how I've managed. But all right.
Yeah, so
We're going straight into a trial here.
that's crazy. Yeah, I was I was playing Metaphor just now. Got the cone of silence on. Happened to look at my phone. And I see Alex messaging our friends that he was about to start a stream in 10 minutes, and I go, huh?
You just listen, man. You just know these things. I've never had to tell you I'm streaming. I've like you'll either just ask because of like, maybe there's like something a bit different. But like last night I said we're doing Monday, Tuesday, Thursday this week.
I don't recall this.
I said this. I said this at the end of last stream. You're too blown away by the name of the case. Final. The resolve of Ryunosuke Naruhodo. He's gonna strangle the queen himself.
Yeah, like I was saying, I knew we weren't streaming Friday this week because we're doing something.
Yeah.
Uh,
Though it's funny because I actually did fuck it up if we're talking about like our Star Rail streaming patch, because that's tonight, even though like I have internalized it as Wednesday.
Right, because it's funny because I looked at your message and I'm like, is he streaming Star Rail tonight? I thought he wasn't going to do that.
No, I'm not doing that.
And I'm also like, is the patch out? Like, what? That
Yes,
was my
it
first thought. And I opened up YouTube to check what you had set up the stream, and I'm like, that's his Ace Attorney.
Yeah, no, I'm sorry. Like fair enough, but yeah, no, I like they did like an entire year of Wednesday releases for Star Rail, and then like 2 patches ago they're like, all right, guess we're doing Tuesdays now, and I'm like, I don't care. I'm not streaming it. I'm not chomping at the bit for Rappa, so whatever. We're here now. We're getting this shit started. So yeah, we are at Shutakami's potential swan song here is the most unexpected thing in the series. He has opted to break structure for this final case, which now makes it hard to refer to it as a single case, because I've always just used, like, they've been referred to as episodes, but we would always just call them cases, right?
Yeah, because that's...
But now the final case of this game is the last 2 episodes of it. But I don't, like I said, I had looked at that spoiler-free guide to see what the structure was for the sake of like my sanity when streaming this game, since the first game was a nightmare. I don't remember what the structure looked like for this last case though. This could be all courtroom. I'm going with it's not. We're getting on that boat. I think we're doing this trial and we're going to establish the murder scene with somewhere else.
Yeah.
And then we're going to investigate that.
Right, because we need to find that we need to point out that there was a fridge on the boat, blah, 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 blah.
Yeah. And I'm wondering if that spoiler's finally gonna show up. I'm fucking waiting for this thing to happen. All right, here we go. Resolve of Ryunosuke Naruhodo. Fuck yeah. I'm so happy there's no bullshit. Whoa. All right. They're pulling all of it out for this one, huh?
Mm-hmm.
The 3rd of November, 9:14 a.m. The Old Bailey, defendant's antechamber. So the time's finally come. Today, we unravel everything. I'll be counting on your support more than ever today, Miss Susato. Do I have a sister? Miss Susato. Whoa! She's nervous. Oh, no! What's the matter, Mr. Naruhodo? Nothing? I was just saying that I'll be relying on your support today, but... I'm so sorry. Of course, I know I can be rather incompetent at times, but I shan't let you down. Would you mind helping me to my feet then? Oh dear, I'm really very sorry. Alright, so here's the real question. How is this final case gonna turn into Susato being the actual defendant? Come on now. Come on now, Shu. I know you want to do that. Susato-san isn't her usual self at all. That's hardly surprising, I suppose. She's just found out that her father is the partner of a world-famous detective. Not to mention... good morning, sir. Yo. Lord Van Zeeks.
Thank you for all your efforts yesterday.
What? Did I hear that correctly?
What?
Oh, no. Nothing. Just, I hope we can clear things up today. I really can't make this man out. His face says I hate you, but his words are almost jovial today. In fact, he hasn't been very Reaper-like at all since this all began yesterday. Lord Van Zeeks isn't the Reaper, Mr. Naruhodo. Thanks, Susato. You really keep me in check. Good point.
The Reaper. I suppose in hindsight, I shouldn't have allowed that misconception to go unchallenged.
Huh?
It was my tacit appearance in that pseudonym.
My tacit acceptance.
Oh, acceptance, shit. My failure to stop the Reaper becoming something more than a mere legend. That led to all this.
But you're not to blame for that, Lord Van Zeeks. It's only because serious crime in the capital dropped off so sharply when the public started calling you that. That's why you didn't say anything, isn't it?
To be frank, I'm not sure that was the sole reason.
What do you mean?
There was a rumor at the time that the Reaper was really the ghost of my late brother.
Could be. I'm holding on hope for the supernatural still.
That having been slain by that evil killer, Flint's restless spirit returned as some sort of demigod. To wield a deadly blade of justice where I, by dint of the law, could not.
Yes. We've heard that story too.
When I lost him, felt as though I'd lost my guiding light. I didn't know where to go or what to do.
So I became racist.
And so, in some small way, I wonder if perhaps those rumors made me feel his absence a little less keenly. Even if I knew it was just an illusion. Just some nonsense conjured up by an over-imaginative public.
He was obviously extremely important to you. Lord Clint Van Zeeks. Well, what's important now is uncovering the truth. That's all that matters. I know that you didn't take anyone's life. And I intend to prove that beyond a shadow of a doubt in court today.
I never thought I'd say this. But I can see it in your eyes. That burning desire to cut through all the lies and deception. I can't deny it any longer. You are a lawyer of absolute integrity.
Thank you.
Now tell me, why do I detect the scent of expensive tea leaves in the air?
I haven't had a drink in hours, Naruhodo. I'm dying here. Oh, Iris. When did you get here? Oh. I brought you one of my special blends. Hurley loves it. He says it helps him to clear his head, which never works.
I thank you.
Oh. That's surely the first and last time I'll ever see a sight like this. You seem different today, Iris. Oh? Sort of subdued, I suppose.
Sort of Japanese, I suppose.
Maybe. It's looking like not Miko Toba's the father. But that doesn't clear any of the other guys.
yeah.
I am not. What happened yesterday is obviously still playing on her mind a lot. She's clearly very troubled about having stolen that autopsy report from Dr. Seit's laboratory. Alright then. Good luck to you both. I have to make a move now. Oh! You're not staying? I thought you'd want to watch today's proceedings. Well, I'd like to cheer you on, obviously. But I've got lots to get ready. Get ready? For what? Oh, yes! Would you take this? Isn't that one of the little felt dolls that's usually dangling from your knapsack? Yes, it's a lucky charm. A little Hurley that I made once. A Hurley? Looks more like a Hairley to me. If for some reason you completely run out of options in the trial today, then just pull this little Hurley's ears as hard as you possibly can. What? Pull his ears? That's right. It's a way to bring good luck. I think you might need it. Hell yeah. Evidence that is gonna help us cheat. I've been told to tug its ears if I run out of options in the trial today. Wow. You think we're gonna run out of options in today's trial at some point? You think? What we'll need is luck? I just sneaked a peek inside the courtroom, and it seemed very different to normal.
Yes, it would seem that a certain someone has decided to pull out all the stops.
What does that mean? You'll see in just a moment. We can't just tell you. What about Mr. Sholmes, Iris? I don't know. He was out all night and he hadn't come home by the time I left this morning. He had to go party. Oh, I see. Was Professor Mikotoba out all night too, do you think, Miss Susato? Yes, it would seem so. I telegrammed the hotel this morning. And apparently they didn't come back to their rooms last night at all. They? Father and Judge Jigoku, I mean. Judge Jigoku, too. That's right. Nobody appears to have seen either of them since yesterday. Counsel for the defense and the defendant. Court is about to be in session. Please make your way inside the courtroom at once. Good luck then, Runo. Good luck, Susie. Yes, thanks, Iris. And you, Mr. Reaper. I hope it goes well.
Once again, I thank you for the delicious tea. It was very soothing.
Can you, like, spike it next time, though? Oh, I'm so glad.
Yeah, the little kombucha.
We must go inside now, Lord Van Zeeks. Alright. Lord Van Zeeks has always been the formidable prosecutor I've had to lock horns with in court. But not today. Today I battle with another in pursuit of the truth. My best friend, apparently. Kazuma Asogi, who I trust more than anyone else in the world for some reason. But don't worry, when it gets serious, I'll tone it down. Now I understand what it was that drew me here to Britain all those months ago. Now I know exactly what destiny had in store for me. It's all been leading up to this one
silver.
day. Yeah, 1,500 silver, 100. Can you believe that shit? I can believe that shit. It's all been leading up to this one day. To this one trial. To this one final reckoning. It feels even more oppressive here than it did yesterday. I'm waiting for it just to be fully voice acted for this final case, for this final trial. Could you imagine?
Yeah, it'd be fun. But yeah.
Their cold stares piercing me like knives from all sides today. Huh? Mr. Naruhodo, look! Here it comes. Yup.
Oh.
This is what I saw.
Oh my god.
Yup. Lord Strongheart? Kazuma must have known beforehand. The ramifications of this trial now extend far beyond the murder of one Scotland Yard inspector. In fact, events have come to light that threaten to rock the very foundations of our country's legal system.
The escape of a condemned criminal on the night of his execution. The subsequent unlawful shooting of the man. And the revelation that prison staff must have been complicit in the jailbreak.
Britain is currently hosting influential members of the judiciary from countries all around the world. It is imperative that we uncover the truth in these proceedings to avoid international embarrassment. Oh my god, he's looking straight at our soul.
It's like, charge, Valdo.
How are you so small? He's standing right now. Like they borrowed out the bottom of the judge stand so he could just be standing the entire time. By royal decree, this will continue to be a closed trial. Oh my god. Okay, never mind. And one over which I, male Strongheart, exercise total and unequivocal authority. That's pretty good, though I can see his double chin. Oh my god. The 6 jurors' flames just... As was the case in yesterday's proceedings, those here present in the public gallery are distinguished members of our judiciary, assembled to bear witness to a fair judicial process.
In other words, a collection of your acolytes, Lord Strongheart.
Shut up. That wasn't very nice, Van Zeeks. Go sit in the corner. On a personal note, I find this most distressing, Lord Van Zeeks.
You.
You were a prosecutor of exceptional talent. Much like your brother Clint, in fact. Pretty low, dude. Like, not cool. In the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby declare this court to be in session. For the trial of Barak Van Zeeks, who officially stands accused of murder. Counsels for the prosecution and defense. Are you in full readiness to proceed? The defense is ready, my lord.
As is the prosecution.
Yesterday's proceedings brought to light a shocking and disturbing fact. There was a side to the victim, Inspector Tobias Gregson, that was unknown to his superiors at Scotland Yard.
Yes. He was carrying out operations in secret, which Scotland Yard knew nothing about.
And in those clandestine operations, he had an accomplice.
Mr. Daily Vigil, who would be given the inspector's identification.
Did they clean out my court record here?
No. Wow. Whoa.
It's cute. We'll do this. Remind me to do this in a second. Let's not break the pace too hard here.
And present himself around the capital in order to establish credible alibis for Gregson. In that way, Gregson appeared to be carrying out his regular Scotland Yard work when in fact he wasn't.
At the end of yesterday's session, Mr. Vigil, who had been suffering from amnesia, regained his memory. It would appear he buried his memories of the time deep inside himself as a means of self-preservation. Because while he was engaged as chief warder at Barclay Prison, he abetted the convict's escape.
Mr. Vigil is currently recuperating at St. Sinners. He's recovered enough to give a signed statement about his movements on the day prior to the incident.
4 pages of evidence incoming.
He's formally admitted to posing as Gregson while investigating the Red-Headed League.
Which brings us to the crucial issue of the victim's time of death. The defense yesterday proposed a suggestion that the victim may have been killed 1 day earlier. This was based largely on the discovery that the victim's pocket watch had not been wound.
The prosecution has something to report on that subject, my lord.
Really? Go ahead, Prosecutor Asogi.
I met once again with the coroner yesterday to discuss the issue. She confirmed that the defense's suggestion could not be ruled out. It's entirely possible that Inspector Gregson was killed on the 31st of October, the day before his body was discovered.
You know, we haven't really been talking about it, but somehow 3 months ago we managed to set this up to be a Halloween game, and we're playing it at the end of October.
Yeah.
Pretty fucking cool, right?
Who did this? I don't know.
I did. Clown game, clown streamer, man. Clown world. I have here an updated autopsy report that includes the amended details. But the official opinion of the investigation team was made clear yesterday. That the time of death was 5 p.m. on November 1st.
There are indications of an attempt to disguise the real time of death, however.
We literally updated the autopsy report, which is funny also.
Yeah. It seems that the natural decaying process of the victim's body may have been slowed by keeping it chilled.
That's out of the question. Are you the judge, or are you running this? You want me to leave, Strongheart? There are no refrigeration devices in that part of London large enough to accommodate a human corpse. My lord, this is more than just conjecture. There's evidence to support the idea. We must investigate it thoroughly. All right. Very well. The court will accept the new report as evidence. However, if this updated report is deemed to be accurate, it would give renewed significance to the movements of the victim on the day before the Fresno Street incident.
It would, yes. Especially since on that day, Inspector Gregson was using Mr. Vigil to cover up his real movements. It's conceivable that he was killed in the course of his secret activities.
Do I sense that the prosecution has some information regarding those activities?
Scotland Yard put an enormous effort into investigating that precise matter yesterday. I think we should begin by presenting the results of that investigation work. So the prosecution calls its first witness now.
Gina? Hi, Gina.
State your name and occupation for the court.
There's no one higher on the totem pole. It was like Gregson just ran everything, and then they're like, I don't know. She worked directly under him, so yeah. I guess she's in charge. Inspector Gina Lestrade reporting. Representative of Scotland Yard.
Conferred rank, but never mind.
She has a badge. What are you talking about? Gina? Again? What's your problem, Odo? What's with that Gina again? Look, she can read my mind also. The boss meant the world to me. He done more for me than anyone else ever did, except for you. Oh. Inspector Gregson, you mean? He got me out the back slums of the East End and took me under his wing. Taught me that life can have a purpose. So that's why I'm the best person to be standing here speaking for him. Wow, what am I? Chopped liver? Yeah. Gregson was the one defending you.
Yeah, he was literally trying to put you away.
Gina, do you not remember how he was actively attempting to get you in prison? Can't believe this shit. Oh, Gina. Right. All out of the goodness of Gregson's heart. Not at all that he had his arm twisted by Mr. Sholmes. No.
What's relevant to these proceedings is that the outcome of Scotland Yard's investigations yesterday has revealed that the victim was carrying out some assignment the police knew nothing about.
Very troubling. That face. Lord Strongheart knew.
So, Inspector Lestrade, let's hear exactly what it says in that report.
Coming right up, sir. Victim's movements. All yard detectives are supposed to follow orders and investigate what they're told. But a little search of the boss's office turned up a notebook that had a load of secret meetings in it. According to that, the boss was looking into some smuggled goods dealings that day. Oh, it looks like it was a big job and all, but the coppers weren't onto it yet. What matters most is, there's witnesses what saw the Reaper at the place too. Smuggled goods? I don't know, do I? I'm just telling you what was written in the book.
Tobacco, tea, spices, medicines. Goods of all sorts flow into London by illegal channels from across the globe.
Good American dinner right there. Maybe not the tea.
Sweet tea? That's the southern
Oh
practice
yeah,
of
you know, you're right. The sugar water. The sugar water dyed to look like tea. Goods of all sort flow into London by illegal channels from across the globe.
It's well known that they're disposed of at regular black markets that take place in the capital. But the police are rarely able to locate them in time.
So Inspector Gregson was investigating one of those black markets? It's been suggested that high-ranking government officials may be involved in black market activity. No doubt Gregson was trying to avoid details of his investigations being leaked to the involved parties. That would explain why he was operating on his own authority, without the Yard's knowledge. And do we know where the dealings were taking place this time?
In a particular room of a certain exclusive London gentleman's club. And on the day in question, the accused is known to have been there. That's the conclusion of Scotland Yard's investigation into the matter.
Okay, so they've managed to put Zeke's in another location where Gregson could have died. Is that what they're saying here?
I guess so.
In a particular room of a certain exclusive London gentleman's club, and on the day in question, the accused is known to have been there. Okay. That can't be. We haven't heard anything about any of this.
Members of the club have testified to it. There's no question. The accused, Baroque Van Zeeks, was present.
That would be very significant testimony then. Oh my, but... Lord Van Zeeks has made no mention of this at all.
Short, Lord Van Zeeks had ample opportunity to murder the victim.
It's still a little far-fetched, right? That it's like, come on now. He's still your prime suspect?
Right, because Yeah, because it's like he's your suspect because you're accusing him of murdering him in the apartment.
No, this is a new case. You gotta go find a new suspect.
Yeah.
Fine. Like, we know it's a fucking sham, so whatever. But still. Very well, then. Counsels for the defense. Begin your cross-examination. You don't look so mad about it. Victim's movements. All yard detectives are supposed to follow orders and investigate what they're told.
Hold it!
So, you follow orders, do you, Gina? Nah, not me. I'm above all that, say. Oh,
Just like Gregson taught me.
the boss always had special orders for me. Grab us some fish and chips, or go and give Toby his grub. That kind of thing. So, errands more than orders, then?
This detective is still an apprentice, after all.
Yeah, well, this apprentice ain't one to sit around and wait to be told what to do, even by the boss. That's why I've been doing my own investigations into what happened. I didn't find much at first. But a little search of the boss's office turned up a notebook that had a load of secret meetings in it.
Hold it!
So you went through Inspector Gregson's things? Yep. As part of the independent Lestrade investigation. I'm sure your superiors would be delighted that you're taking the initiative. So I snuck into his office when no one else was about. Because if anyone at the yard had seen me going in there, they'd have turfed me straight out on the street. This is sounding less and less like an investigation and more like something else.
The prosecution understands that this was that it was this very detective who discovered the notebook.
You got that right. Nothing gets past Inspector Lestrade and her trusty assistant, Chief Inspector Toby. We found it hidden in one of the desk drawers that had a false bottom. That's impressive. So then I went to hide myself where no one could find me so I could have a butcher's at what was written in it. Cause if anyone at the yard had found me out, they'd have turfed me straight out on the street. I've given it in now though, ain't I? And if it weren't for me, it never would have been found. According to that, the boss was looking into some smuggled goods dealings that day. Smuggled goods dealings that day.
Hold it!
Do you have any idea where those dealings were taking place? Yup. It was all there in the boss's notes. Let's see if I can remember.
As I already said, the illegal dealings were due to take place at a gentleman's club.
Yes, I remember. But I was hoping to find out the name of the club.
That won't be necessary.
What?
It's conceivable that the club might be used again by the smugglers in the future. Therefore, the prosecution has been asked not to reveal the name in these proceedings.
I don't know what all this fuss is about. It's right here. All I've got to do is read it out. And I could too. I've got this reading game buttoned up now. Can I show you what I can do? Go on. What's the arm?
After you've played 9 Ace Attorney games, I've got this reading game down pat.
I'm a genius. Oh no. Well, the judge hasn't signaled his objection yet. I could try to find out. Yeah, fuck it.
Whatever, yeah.
Whatever. This is a closed court. The proceedings are confidential. There shouldn't be any possibility of the information being leaked. As I explained, there is some possibility of politicians being involved in this affair.
Sure.
The prosecution is rightfully exercising caution, I imagine.
No, I'm not. No, my lord. The prosecution has no objection. I'm not from here. I don't care.
Ooh. Kazuma?
The club in question was the Male Strongheart Foundation Club.
Yeah.
There's no question that Inspector Gregson was looking into these black market dealings. However, it's not yet been established that he was on that particular trail on the day in question. If the defense requires to know the club's name, the prosecution has no intention of being obstructive.
This is really weird. Right then! I get to show off me reading skills.
The Unicorn Staff Club.
The Groose. The Grouse. Apparently, the smuggled goods deal was gonna happen at a gentleman's club called the Groose. I mean, she's doing better than me. I don't know how that's pronounced.
He's doing better than me.
The Groose? What sort of club is that? I ain't got the foggiest. Clubs ain't exactly my thing. But, I am kind of curious.
They're not places where a foreign student like you would be readily admitted.
You mean like us? Have you looked in the mirror recently?
I'm white now, Rinosuke.
White Kazuma. I tell you what. Me and Chief Inspector Toby could go in undercover. Could you though? I could pick out a few good marks and see what else I could find out while I was in there. I really don't think you should go picking out anything. Anyway, that's where these black market dealings were going to take place, is it? Yeah, it's gotta be. That's what the lower ranking detectives at the yard reckon. Says the even lower ranking detective. Okay. Very odd. Looks like it was a big job and all, but the coppers weren't onto it yet.
Hold it!
So how had Inspector Gregson come to find out about it in that case? That's the question, ain't it? Well, I'm just an apprentice, so... And why didn't he inform Scotland Yard of his findings? Yeah, that's what I was asking myself, because, you know, I'm just an apprentice. Apprentice. When it suits you, yes. Anyway, the point is, something went on at that club, no question. You can't say that for certain, though, surely. What matters most of this is there's witnesses what saw the Reaper at that place, too. Crazy. Lord Van Zeeks was at the club? Yo, Barak, what the fuck, dude?
He was.
I wasn't.
Oh.
Ryunosuke's head just like starts swiveling back and forth. Who do I trust?
Detectives who visited the club yesterday to make inquiries have confirmed it. Several members report having seen the accused being admitted to the room in question as a guest.
It looks like there's no disputing that he was there then. Well, we know Lord Van Zeeks was investigating Inspector Gregson, don't we? Perhaps he'd already discovered the Inspector's secret notebook. Which led him to the club, you mean? Maybe. Presumably, then, there are also eyewitnesses who can testify that Gregson was there. Fuck.
None have been identified at the time. No.
Alright. So the all-important victim wasn't seen at this mysterious club. Oi! Why aren't you asking Inspector Lestrade, eh? So that's all I've got to work with? Gina's not holding back with that ice-cold stare of hers, is she? Yeah, ice-cold. Nah. Be cute. I really don't know what to make of all this. Lord Van Zeeks told us that he was investigating Inspector Gregson. But he never once mentioned that he met the inspector the day before the incident. You don't think Lord Van Zeeks could have been lying to us, do you? That's not the only way to explain this. Oh! If everything Lord Van Zeeks has told us is true, then there must be a mistake in this testimony somewhere. You mean, there are details we've yet to uncover? Exactly. A clue, perhaps, that even Gina hasn't noticed. That's what we should be looking for here. I mean, it might just be the passport showing where he was that day.
Yeah, so it's not actually... This doesn't actually... We haven't... It's just 1 week from the 31st. We don't actually know...
That doesn't mean he left on the 31st. It was on a boat somewhere else. Yeah. No. That still helps us, though. Because... This is him leaving from... No, this is him leaving to it. Never mind. I was thinking this was him coming back from France. This is him heading out to France. Right.
Yeah.
This is from Dover, then. Okay, that actually mixes things up in my head a bit, then. I think I had processed that as the inverse, where that was him coming back from France. Yeah, this was issued for travel to France the day before his body was discovered.
But France isn't far away. It wouldn't take, like, no time to get to France from.
Right.
Yeah.
This still might be it, though, for this. Just to put him where he might have really been. But let's read through it again. So, all your detectives are supposed to follow orders and investigate what they're told. But a little search of the boss's office turned up a notebook that had a load of secret meetings in it. Apparently, the smuggled goods deal was gonna happen at a gentleman's club called The Groose. Okay. This is a tough one, actually.
What was 4 again?
No one caught on to it.
Okay.
Unless we have something to... we don't have, like, anything about that, right?
No. This is the first we've heard of it.
Alright, we've had this. Nothing on this page. Huh. Apparently the smuggled goods deal was gonna happen at a gentleman's club called The Groose. Looks like it was a big job and all, but the coppers weren't onto it yet. What matters most is there's witnesses that saw the Reaper at the place too.
So 4 strikes me as a little odd, because it's like, well, if the coppers weren't onto it, how did Gregson know about it?
Well, that's the whole thing here, is that Gregson
Yeah.
was always ahead of everyone.
Right.
Hold it!
Damn. I'm already scared. I'm hitting the save. They hit us with a fucking showstopper right away. Jesus. Okay. All right. You know, I'd said in the first episode I knew there was like a Jesus defendant or witness. That never happened. That must be in 6 or something. I just assumed it was this game because of like what the stage looked like. And then we were like halfway through the first one and I'm like, I think that's from a different game. Because 5 and 6 have like fancy witness stands where there's like a crowd behind them, and I assume that was this game. But no, that's not how this game works. Alright, let's look at our fucking evidence. You know what? You know what? I'm pulling the ears. I'm fucking stuck. What are you talking about?
It's time.
What a charming little rabbity version of Mr. Sholmes. You suppose this is how Iris sees him? Ugh. Are you alright, Mr. Naruhodo? Your eyes are veritably boring into the poor doll's ears. Oh, sorry, I was just wondering. What do you suppose would happen if I were to tug its ears with all my might right now? I'm sure that we'll find out when the time is right. To become a proper gentleman, you must really learn stoic patience. But I want to know. Alright. It's not, it's like Disco Elysium. It's not time yet.
It's not time yet.
Time's not right. I've come around on that check. It's actually incredible that there's just a fucking check in the game that inexplicably just says it's not time yet. No. Spectre. We never looked at the metal piece in this, did we? Can we? Have you seen this huge gash across the side of the trunk here? It's gone right through the leather and into the metal behind. Gosh, for a metal chest like this. Badly damaged. Whatever made the gash must have struck the side of the trunk with considerable force. I wonder how it happened. Yeah, a piece of the weapon's there. We've already seen this. Passport. It was for travel on October 31st, just one day before the incident. What? Really? Gregson went to France the day before his body was discovered?
Okay, so that's odd, because they make that really specific, clear, versus the actual passport
It is
not...
worded very strangely.
Yeah, okay, well, I guess it is passport on something, then.
It's passport on something. It's the only thing that makes sense. Yeah, date of departure. Within 1 week from October 31st. Yeah, that's...
Sure, yeah, okay. In fact, we're not disputing this. Nobody's actually claiming to have seen Gregson there.
Right. This isn't.
Yeah.
This isn't contradictory information. We need to establish Zeke's not being there somehow, which we can't.
Actually, hold on. Maybe it is this. Passport on this, because she's saying what matters most is there's a witness what saw the Reaper that the post. It's like, no, what matters most is that Gregson was seen there.
Yeah, whether or not he was seen there or not.
Like, who cares if Van Zeeks was there? Like, maybe it is just passport right here.
Dude, it's all we have.
Objection.
Nope.
Fuck.
I didn't have faith in it, but the last statement seemed a little questionable to me. What do you think, my lord? I see no inconsistency there. Do you? You could span the Straits of Dover with those wide eyes, Counsel, and be gone from this island forever, I hope. Jesus. You want me to fill the English Channel with tears? Yeah, it's these statements that are nasty.
That's true, I guess.
Yeah, and we know Gregson was not.
That's also a true sentence. Like,
Hold on, let's not get it's stuck in that thought. You went through Inspector Gregson's things. Yep. Yep. Very detective who discovered the notebook. It's gotta be, okay, reasonably thinking here. It's gotta be something to do with this club, right? Because we unearthed that information, right?
Yeah.
So let's start there. It was gonna happen at the Groose. Was it? Because he was going to...
France.
Objection.
France, okay. We have a... This is what he said last time? When's the last time it was fundamental? Not one that any British court would recognize, counsel. Okay, well, we had two different failings here. Remember, this is a closed court. Whatever fate befalls you in here, no one outside will ever know.
Oh God.
Should I be wondering if I'll make it out of this courtroom alive? Okay. Oh God. Because there's so much fucking evidence.
The Grooves?
I know this is crazy.
Yeah, I
like,
know. I thought of it
but
too.
we have to investigate things. Newspaper cutting here. Oh, it's the same Red-Headed League advertisement that Mr. Sholmes had picked out. Do you remember? There's a red hair? Yeah. Okay. Okay, it refreshed it for no good reason.
What's a new episode?
Fair. All right. Look for the Groose. All right, nothing. I don't see how it could be this. This is Civilian Inspector Gregson's. Yep. Is it in this photo? They gruesome.
Gruesome.
He doesn't have the scar yet.
Oh.
When are they? How are we gruesome? Show me the grues. What other photos do we have? We gruesome? Looking like no grues. How odd.
What's 4 again?
All detectives are supposed to follow orders and investigate what they're told. But a little search of the boss's office turned up a notebook that had a load of secret meetings in it. Apparently, the smuggled goods deal was gonna happen at a gentleman's club called the Groose. Looks like it was a big job and all, but the coppers weren't onto it yet. So how had Inspector Gregson come to find out about it in that case? That's the question, ain't it? I'm just an apprentice, so... And why did he inform Scotland Yard of his and why didn't he inform Scotland Yard of his findings? That's what I was asking myself, because, you know, I'm just an apprentice, when it suits you, yes. Anyway, the point is, something went on in that club, no question. You can't say for certain, though, surely. Yeah, like, are we just looking for a piece of evidence that relates to this club? And I just cannot see it for the life of me? Dude, who gruesome? You Gruce? There wasn't anything else in this trunk, right? Well, we already tried these, so I'm not even gonna... I don't think it's gonna be that. We got Gruce in the autopsy report. Alright, gun. Gun. How are we feeling about gun? Pepper phone. It is because we're on a new case that they had to reset all this, and now it's gonna waste time.
Waste time, yeah.
God, did the gun even come up?
I don't recall.
Alright. We gruesome.
The Gruce. Made in Gruce.
It's a little gruce. How we feeling? Not looking very gruesy. Gory, you better... Did you... Evidence suggests measures may have been taken to disguise the time of death. Yep. Okay. We gruesome? I don't think we're gruesome. No, no. Alright. Alright, fireworks. Here we go. Light them shits. Surely this will bring us our answer. Have you had an idea, Mr. Naruhodo? You're staring at the end of the string of fireworks. Sorry, it's just that it's the Venus special. I was wondering what 600 pence worth of fireworks would sound like. Shall we find out? We're just gonna do it again. Wow.
Gruesy.
What a gruce. It sounded almost exactly like your gruce.
For the record, I am now standing an inch away from my television, just staring at them.
Alright, Grueson. What you got there, buddy?
Person.
What's that?
Nothing.
What's he got right there? What is that? Is that his Gruce?
I think he wrote Gruce in blood with his dying breath.
Well, he was already dead for a while, so...
Yeah, well...
Okay, what page of evidence is it on? Let's start there. At least let me narrow it down to a page. Give me that. I'm gonna lose my mind whatever it is, but like, what the fuck is this? I'm gonna check the paper again.
I'm reading it.
On one. I can't control F Gruce. This sucks.
Control F Gruce.
May I see the Gruce? All right. Page 1. Well, let's start from the top, everyone. What we got? All right. Does that say Gruce? No, it doesn't. Okay.
Gruski. The Gruce the boat, but we were just too stupid to realize that the Gruce is the boat.
Let's re-examine it. We did not re-examine it. It looks like this is some sort of steamship ticket. All right. Fine. We were trying to get to the boat. That's okay.
Man,
fuck you though, game. I'm not re-examining evidence that I've already examined.
Yeah.
About 5 minutes ago, the thought went through my head, the Gruce might be the name of the boat. But then I thought, well, that'd be stupid, because Gina is here, or whoever's here saying that, like...
Yeah, no, I get you. It's an establishment.
Of the club.
Yeah.
Like,
okay.
Kazuma said this.
Right. Now, to the game's credit, we have read this information before. This is not new information. I think when we first examined this, 400 hours ago at this point, it tells us this. I'm not memorizing the fucking name of the boat. But now I feel stupid because we're trying to get to the boat. All right. The SS Gruce, first class cabin 001. But we still had to have re-examined it because now we can use it as a piece of evidence, I think.
Right. I just feel like Cosmo lied. Like what he said didn't make sense in this context then, but okay.
He didn't lie, but he didn't exactly make it clear.
I mean, a boat's not a club. Like, it's just, that's...
You got the club boat. You go to the yacht club. You get on the yacht club boat.
That's a yacht.
Not a club.
But it's a club that's on the yacht. So you're going to the club, into the activity with the club. But yes, we're assuming they're going to a fucking bar.
Right, like if there was a Starbucks on a boat, I'd be like, fine. But the boat's name is it, right? Like, I don't know.
I think it called at Dunkirk on the north coast of France for a night before finally arriving in Dover. I think it's been almost a year since we arrived in Dover on the SS Buria. Seems a shame not to keep your ticket as a memento of the show. Okay. Alright. Enough talking. Are you like this on purpose? Very well. Pretty mean though also, because they don't know what the thing is. Alright. Just so I don't have to do this 400 times later, I'm doing this now. I need that health.
Objection.
Alright, we gruesing. We got absolutely fucking gruesed there, man. I've read about these clubs that exist here in Britain, apparently. As I understand it, they're places where well-to-do gentlemen socialize with friends and colleagues.
Don't imagine for a second that a foreign student like you would be admitted.
Shut up. Seriously, is your mirror cracked or something? Do we know for sure that the contraband dealings were definitely happening at a club called The Groose?
The police are currently looking for evidence, but haven't found anything definitive yet.
And I'm sorry to say that they probably won't.
What do you mean by that?
I mean, that the place Inspector Gregson was secretly going to visit on October 31st may not have been a gentleman's club at all.
Yeah, let me reiterate why I'm like kind of peeved at this a little. If they had been like the police are looking for a club called the Groose, I would understand it.
Mm-hmm.
They said they had witnesses and they didn't understand that it's a boat. That doesn't make sense to me.
No, that's some pretty nasty misdirection.
That doesn't like, yeah.
You're showing a very irreverent attitude towards our country's police force there, Counsel. If it wasn't a gentleman's club, then what was it? Right, but here's the other thing, Tommy. This is rigged, remember?
Sure.
They probably never actually talked to anybody at this fucking place.
Right, but like
because
the
it was
scenario,
irrelevant. They made it up.
Right. Yeah. It's just the scenario presented here is they read about something in Gregson's diary.
Yep.
Right. We're the ones who realize it's a boat. Yeah, but it's like okay.
Ryunosuke's resolve is gonna get us through this. Don't worry. It's a steamship.
You think?
See, exactly. He doesn't even know.
It's a ship?
That's the whole thing here. We're fighting the system. The game is rigged. I have the evidence to prove it here. Let me see that. This dark-suited young man is not in the least bit untrustworthy. The other side, my lord. Be more specific next time.
Be more specific. Fuck you.
This would appear to be a ticket for passage upon a steamship, yes. The SS Groose.
Objection.
So there's a steamship named the Groose that happens to share a name with the club. But I'm afraid to say...
No, here's what happened, Tommy. They did go to a club. They weren't trying to misdirect us. They were misinformed.
There's a flaw in your logic there.
How?
A ticket. Notice the date of arrival in port.
The ship arrived at the port of Dover on the 1st of November. Ah.
The day on which the sound like a gunshot was heard on Fresno Street. In other words, on the day in question here, the 31st of October, when the victim was on his clandestine mission, that ship hadn't yet docked on British shores.
That would certainly make an undercover investigation somewhat challenging.
Objection!
The fact that the steamship hadn't yet reached Britain substantiates the defense's assertion that the victim was investigating the SS Grouse on the day in question.
Then show your evidence for that assertion.
Very well. Ah! In that case, counsel for the defense, present your evidence to the court now. Evidence that substantiates your claim that the victim was investigating the SS Grouse on the 31st of October. Now it's the passport?
Yeah, I think that's
I hope it's the passport. What's this? A passport for travel issued to the victim. Fuck. Who did Scotland Yard investigate? Says Kazuma. Dated 31st October. What are you suggesting? I'm suggesting that one day before the inspector's body was discovered, there's a distinct possibility he wasn't even in the country. Order! Order! This document is for passage to France. It does appear to have been officially authorized. The day before the SS Grouse arrived at Dover, it docked at the northern coast of France for a night. According to my father, who was on board at the port of Dunkirk. Dunkirk, France. What could possibly have taken the victim there?
Rest, Ryunosuke Naruhodo. I certainly didn't expect you to get your hands on that passport.
What? You mean, you knew about this? Gotta save face. I didn't know about the club. They just kind of told me about it. Thought it was just a real club. Fuck.
The prosecution's strategy for this trial has been laid down by the Crown Prosecution Office. On the day before the incident, the victim was investigating contraband dealings at a London club. That's the outcome of Scotland Yard's investigations, in the line the prosecution has been asked to follow. But personally, I don't agree. I think the prosecution's office is trying to hide something.
Dude, that fucking piece of evidence was nasty.
No, like I'm
Like
the thought had crossed my mind too, but I'm like they said it was a club. Like I don't know.
Right, but it's the part where that is holistic to what is happening in game.
Right, no, it's cool.
They
but
it what?
And now that you've expertly disproven their assertion, I intend to reveal what I believe that something to be.
What are you playing at, Prosecutor Asogi?
courtroom is a forum for the truth, my lord. Which is why it's my duty to present all the facts, without exception.
Let me guess. This was your intention from the outset, wasn't it?
The reason Inspector Gregson secretly made his way to the steamship docked in France on the day in question was to carry out a mission for the Reaper.
The Reaper? Order! Order! What on earth are you saying, Counsel?
Prosecution made an assertion in court yesterday.
Hey, that's me I'm talking about.
Inspector Gregson was investigating the identity of the Reaper when he discovered the location of the man's secret hideout. He was killed.
Sorry, let me read that again. Prosecution made an assertion in court yesterday. Inspector Gregson was investigating the identity of the Reaper. When he discovered the location of the man's secret hideout, he was killed.
Reaper's hand. But in reality, the truth is the opposite of that.
What?
Inspector Gregson wasn't investigating the Reaper at all. He was, in fact, acting for the Reaper.
So, you're saying the mission he was undertaking was...
Obviously, an assassination. Baroque Van Zeeks never carried out any of the actual killings. Whenever the Reaper's victims lost their lives, he always had a cast iron alibi. Which tells us that he must have had an accomplice.
And you claim that was Inspector Gregson? What the hell do you think you're saying, eh? My boss would never have done nothing like that.
Yet, when you consider all the facts, it all makes perfect sense.
No! It can't be. We also arrived at the same conclusion, didn't we? And Inspector Gregson was operating as the Reaper. Even so, there's no way that the person giving him his orders was Lord Van Zeeks. No, the true Reaper is somebody else. Strongheart coughs. Good there, sir? I'm fine. Baroque Van Zeeks is not the Reaper.
A predictable response from someone who's advocating for the man.
Yeah, no shit! And even if it's true that Gregson was operating as an agent of the Reaper, the suggestion that he went aboard the SS Groose on an assassination mission doesn't follow at all. Oh, you have some solid reason for doubting the assertion, do you, Counsel? Absolutely. It's very simple. On the day in question, nobody was killed aboard that steamship. Shit.
Runo'scape.
He doesn't know yet what we know. It's okay.
So, suddenly, Migotoba and Jigoku's names could have been the ones on Gina's list that she found.
Yes.
He went there to kill one of them, potentially.
Yes.
And they killed him in self-defense, maybe.
Yes, maybe. Though... Who was I thinking was on was the one on the list at the bottom? I don't remember the context for trying to.
Right, so she has his diary. She's like, there's a name I can't read at the bottom of his list, right?
Yeah.
I point out she would know
She
Sassi
probably-
and Oda's name, right?
Presumably, yeah.
Yeah, and if it was just like, there's only three other Japanese people in the game,
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
It's either Kazuma, Goku, or Mikotoba.
Right. And we don't know. We actually don't really have any information on Mikotoba's side of the whole professor thing.
No.
Apart from he worked on the autopsy, but we know Jigoku gave testimony.
Yeah.
And that's it.
Yeah, and presumably he was investigating it with Sholmes, but to what extent we don't know.
Right. If someone had been assassinated, I'm certain we would have heard about it. What's so funny?
You're Naruhodo, of course. No suspicious deaths were reported on board the ship. But I think perhaps you've missed the point. That's precisely why Inspector Gregson himself lost his life.
What?
Gregson did board the SS Groose that night, with the intention of dispatching his mark. But his mission ended in failure.
Failure?
It seems that the defense hasn't yet grasped a very important detail here.
What are you talking about? What detail?
Inspector Gina Lestrade.
What? Don't touch me. No grasping. That's my job.
The victim's notebook that you read an excerpt from earlier. That doesn't contain details of a secret investigations at all. It describes 10 years of assassination plots to be carried out by the Reaper of the Bailey.
You're lying. Even if all them bludgers what got taken out had it coming. The boss weren't the Reaper. Oh, poor Gina.
There's no question that Tobias Gregson was heavily involved in the Reaper's activities. You may just be an apprentice, but if you spent any time at Scotland Yard, you must have heard rumors.
I ain't heard nothing, and I don't believe a word of it.
Then testify again, as a representative of Scotland Yard. Consider it your chance to defend your boss.
Boss. I don't... Do it. I concur. The witness will give a new formal testimony. Miss Lestrade, you will tell the court everything you know about Inspector Gregson's secret notebook. Yeah, this notebook does have a load of stuff about what the Reaper got up to these past 10 years. Names of victims, dates and places and stuff. And the last entry in there was 31st October. It said Groose for the place on that date, and then the name of the mark. There was a note about him being a criminal what got away from the Reaper in court 10 years ago or something. Right, so then this was the other angle was it actually Mikotoba or Jigoku who was the real professor?
Mm-hmm.
But honest, the boss didn't do none of it. He was just investigating the Reaper, that's all. Damn, Gina. I hate to see you cry, but I really don't want you to have 6 lines of testimony like that. Oh, one sec, guys. All right. We keep personal opinion out of your testimony, witness. We require only established facts here. This must be so hard for her.
You can't deny it now, surely. Ryunosuke Naruhodo.
What can't I deny?
The notebook contained the name of the final mark, the location where the assassination would take place. That's information that the victim could only have known if he was working with the Reaper.
So, who was to be this final mark?
Go ahead, Inspector Lestrade. Read the name for the court. The name that's written alongside the entry that mentions the Groose on October 31st.
Eh? Oh, how do you read this then? Reading's still not her strong suit. That ain't the problem, alright, Odo? It's a funny name. I ain't English. It's hard to read. So it's someone from overseas. Let me have a bash at it. Say... Ishiro... Is it? Yeah. Saishiro. Jigokyo? You? Maybe? What? It can't be. Seishiro Jigoku? But that's Judge Jigoku. Seishiro Jigoku. Certainly not an English name. You're right.
Objection!
But that can't be right. I know Judge Jigoku. And I saw him the day before yesterday. Here in London. So I know for a fact that the man hasn't been assassinated.
As I said, the Reaper failed.
Oh.
Gregson missed his chance to kill his mark and return to British shores. But the Reaper wouldn't tolerate the mistake. So he killed the inspector. Personally. The Reaper, of course, being the accused, Baroque Van Zeeks.
It's an undeniably logical argument. He just must be it. He said it enough times. It must be true. Shit, man. Kazuma, you planned for the trial to go this way all along, didn't you?
Hold it!
Ugh.
Pray forgive the discourtesy of filling my hallowed chalice whilst I stand accused of murder.
Bailiff got him some. All right, come on, three-way argument. Let's see it.
He just has hidden like compartments around the courtroom.
Yeah. Lord Van Zeeks.
The accused has no right to speak uninvited in court. You will return to the dock.
Fuck you.
I say nothing of whether or not I'm the Reaper. That's the task of this court to decide. But there is one thing I can say unequivocally. That girl is no detective.
Eh? What? No, that's right. I ain't. I'm an inspector.
Repeating rumors heard around the yard. Reading entries from a notebook of unconfirmed origin. That's not testimony. It's practically a script. No doubt the rest of this trial will go exactly as you've clearly planned.
Fuck. And I know you've been drinking my stash.
Your hatred of me is understandable. In your mind, I'm sure I am the Reaper.
who sent your father to the gallows all those years ago.
What? It seems it wasn't the gallows, sir. Shut up. It was like maybe a gallow.
But you're in danger of becoming a far more sinister Reaper yourself. By attempting to have me condemned with this feeble excuse for testimony. Feeble, cursed one.
Feeble, cursed one.
What did you say?
I'm calling you a bitch. Mr. Naruhodo, this is our chance. My lord, the defense requests that the defendant be allowed to speak. He may be privy to important information relating to the testimony just given by the witness. Ow. Ow. Ooh. Very well. I'll make an exception and grant the request. The defendant may remain in the witness stand for the cross-examination.
Then allow me to toast this court's impartiality.
How'd you get another one? Don't raise your glass in my direction, sir. Counsel for the defense! Begin the cross-examination immediately. At once, my lord. I'm gonna take an early break here because my mom just brought home some food and I gotta use the bathroom anyway, so.
Yep.
Be right back. right. Sorry for the
Hello.
longer wait than usual. Yeah, in my my 10-minute piss just then.
Yeah.
I also realized that that fabrication from the prosecution in that last testimony, right? Regarding that ticket, they either happen to name the made-up place the Groose, or, you know, I guess, no, I realized what happened. They didn't have a name for it.
Right. They were just like the club. That
There was a club. You know, they said, you know, don't worry, the club name doesn't matter, right?
Right. And we have
Right,
witnesses that identify Zeke's as being there.
And it's like,
Bullshit.
yeah, it was just bullshit. Right, but my line of thought before I even realized that was actually what was happening was, man, bold of them to name that club, to just use the Groose as the club's name when there's a ship named after it where all the stuff really happened. But it's like, wait a minute, that's not what happened. Okay. Yeah, this notebook does have a load of stuff about what the Reaper got up to these past 10 years.
Hold it!
In other words, it shows that Gregson was basically acting as the Reaper. Not you and all! That ain't the only explanation, is it? It could have been investigating the Reaper in secret, and that notebook said what he found out.
If I may.
Yeah, sir. Yes, sir. What,
When
Daddy?
originally people began referring to me as the Reaper, I didn't object. I believed the power to intimidate London's criminal classes into compliance with the law to be beneficial.
But you carried out your own investigations into the true identity of the Reaper, didn't you?
Yes. And those investigations proved conclusively that Gregson was one arm of the Reaper.
One arm? What you on about?
The Reaper's victims were all extremely shrewd criminals at the top of their game. There's simply no way one person could have taken them on alone. The Reaper is an organization. With you at its head.
No. Cosmo, you gotta give up on this. It ain't gonna work.
I had spies at the yard keeping me abreast of Gregson's movements, letting me know when he was elsewhere. So I'd been able to check the most recent entry in his book. I knew the location.
You knew it said Groose?
Oh my god, oh my god. Alright.
It's still happening. The groosening has not ended yet.
Oh man.
Just goose me up, Captain.
Loose me up, DJ.
Yeah. Rap is out right now?
Believing it to be a reference to the Gentleman's Club, I went there on the day in question to investigate. Alone.
Ah, so that explains why several members of the club claim to have seen you there.
Fuck.
So there was a real club?
Fuck. Fuck.
There was no winning this one.
But of course, the inspector was not there.
Wait, the club was real? This is Cosmo.
Because at the time, he was making his way to the steamship docked. The steamship docked on the northern coast of France. As shown by the passport found in the victim's metal trunk.
Hey, give that back. That's mine.
Very well done.
Oh, thanks.
Back to your testimony about the contents of this notebook.
Fine. Is something wrong, Mr. Naruhodo? Just look, gives you this incredulous look. Yeah, everything! You seemed a little shocked by something a moment ago. Oh. No, it's all right. I'm overthinking this, aren't I?
Yeah, it's a real simple international 10-year-long criminal conspiracy.
Yeah, cut and dry.
It.
No issue. Names of victims, dates and places and stuff, and the last entry in there was October 31st.
Hold it!
Names of victims, dates, places, and stuff. What in particular? Well, besides the victims' names, this other name kept cropping up. What other name was that? Asa Sheen. Oh no. Oh no, did she tell? Yeah, she did tell us about it. She was the one that gave us the Sasheen, and then...
Yeah.
Or no, she corroborated it from off of what Zeke told us.
Yeah,
It's the one I told you yesterday. The same name, written over and over again. You mean... Asasheen?
Hey, Maya, isn't it funny how she said she told us it yesterday, and it was actually yesterday for us?
Wow.
Wow. Just
Wow.
thought you think that'd be interesting, Maya.
Yeah, I feel nothing right now to you, Susato. What's with that? God, why aren't you her? That's the one. She's a friend of yours or something, isn't it, she? Oh, Gina. No. Were you even listening yesterday?
Asasheen, the assassin.
Asasheen, the assassin. What? Like, a killer, you mean?
Gregson was the tactician, the one who came up with the plan of attack. He investigated the marks thoroughly, finding out when they would be vulnerable, and who to use to get at them.
But the person actually executing his plans was someone else, you're saying? If that's true, then the Reaper does indeed start to sound like an organized group of vigilantes. Then perhaps what it said on the passport document... Right. Because we looked at this and went, alright, he's trying to get Gina to France, but no, this is... Someone else came with him on the boat that night. Permission for the applicant and one additional person to travel. Could that additional person have been...
Clearly, the assassin was meant to take Seishiro Jigoku's life.
One was Sholmes.
Yeah.
Hail Mary, it's Sholmes. I want to kill that bastard.
Yeah, because, like, it's gotta be... Yeah, I didn't even think about this.
Gotta be someone.
Yeah.
And I don't know if this... I don't think we're getting... It's possible we get more people, right? However, we're looking pretty full
right,
here.
And it's not A. Sheen, because she's dead, presumably.
Probably, yes. Hopefully.
Like, I was just thinking about, it was Gina was his +1, because he wanted to get her to Paris, but, like, no, that wasn't what was happening. Yeah, interesting.
Gina, can you confirm that? Against the final entry that listed Gruce and Seishiro Jigoku, what name was written? Oh, well, that's the only entry that didn't have a name next to it, as it happens. What? It just had, like, a question mark or something there, I think. The summit word here is tough. Summit. Or summit there. In other words, Gregson himself didn't know the identity of the assassin in that case.
But Gregson was the one making the plans, was he not?
Oh, how infuriating! A nameless assassin. It said Gruce for the place on that date, and then the name of the mark.
Hold it!
And you're saying that the mark listed was Seishiro Jigoku? That's what it said. Funny name if you ask me. And I thought your name was odd.
Odo.
Otto. So pleased to have lost my crown there.
Mr. Jigoku is the presiding judge of Japan's Supreme Court of Judicature.
What an evil, like... It's a mouthful. I remember the man. He came to our country as a visiting student 16 years ago.
Studying international law and diplomacy under your tutelage, Lord Strongheart.
That bearded young fellow was a very able man, I must say. So Lord Strongheart was Judge Jigoku's mentor. If I'm not mistaken, which I never am, he returned to Japan 10 years ago now. 10 years ago? After that fateful case! That's right, the professor. I'm gonna need a counter for that. You know what, the highlight video is gonna have too many counters, if I make one. Precisely. In the aftermath of the professor case, his repatriation was organized immediately.
Shoutouts to Death Stranding.
Yeah, it really helps us with that word.
Yeah, thank you.
Repatriate. It's a mystery why such a man would be listed in the inspector's notebook. I didn't think it was possible, but the mood in here has got even worse now. Maybe I'll just keep talking. There was a note about him being a criminal, what got away from the Reaper in court 10 years ago or something. Something like that. Press.
Hold it!
What do you mean a criminal? Judge Jigoku is no criminal. Well, don't ask me. I don't know nothing about it. Oh, do you remember what Father told us? That Judge Jigoku did once appear in court here in Britain.
Interesting, that's a good point.
It was related to the professor's case, I'm sure. Yes, of course, you're right. We were literally told this. Look, the literal words. Seishiro was trying to mitigate Genshin's guilt, so he took to the stand to testify. But he got a little carried away and, actually managed to break the witness stand. He also said some contemptuous words about the British Empire, for which he was charged. Was charged!
Yeah, so he technically was a Zeke's victim. Yeah. It was a pitiful situation. Yes.
But like...
I know it's petty, but
what
like,
is
yeah.
the dogged, petty reason for this? Like, it's just, that's what God, ordained by God. We have to kill this person now.
Like, who fucking knows? We don't know.
I'm worried it's gonna be just, like, super petty. Like, I'm looking at this and I'm like, this is a machine that got out of control. This was a design that somehow became rampant. But with Asa dead, I can only think it's like, well, if, you know, Asa was like a killer or whatever, or maybe a zealot, potentially, right? If you got a zealot on board, I can see that, right? You've cultified something, you got people to murder for you in your name. You have subscribed to this religious killing, effectively.
Yeah.
But Gregson had a head on his shoulders, man.
Right.
And someone from high up was making calls on this whole thing.
Yeah,
presumably Strongheart.
Strongheart, right? Like I can
probably
see being
Strongheart.
like
Dude,
he has motivation. He wants to clean up the streets of London, right? If a criminal fucking gets off, we're just gonna fucking kill him anyway, right? But it's like The dedication to having to kill Jigoku to perpetuate the myth of the Reaper.
Jigoku has to know something. Like, that's all there's.
Sure.
Jigoku has to have known something here.
Yeah.
This is not a matter of he got off scot-free. Potentially, he was the actual killer, though, of course.
Yeah.
That is an option, but, like, Jigoku's got to know something damning, is what the actual design here was. Motivation. It was a pitiful situation, yes?
I'd forgotten all about it. But I prosecuted that trial too, as it happens.
You did?
It was considered to be an adjunct to the professor proceedings, you see. But he was acquitted after being told to make reparations for the damage caused to the stand.
In fact, this very stand in front of you is the one he built with his own hands.
And there you have it. Have what? Surely the accused hasn't forgotten his own rule. That there's no saving anyone who faces the Reaper in court. Guilty or innocent alike.
What? Oh, no! Are you suggesting that the reason Judge Jigoku was targeted for assassination?
The man was sent back to Japan immediately after that trial. The Reaper had no time to do his work. But then, 10 years later, the mark returns to Britain once more. Perhaps now you start to see just how vindictive the Reaper is.
Oh, come on, that's absurd. To take someone's life for that?
Isn't the whole premise of the Reaper absurd? Killing those who have been found innocent? Clearly the rules by which the man operates are beyond a sane person's comprehension.
But... Right, I've had just about enough of this. Gina? All this nonsense about the boss planning to kill people is cobblers. Come on, Odo. Yeah? Why aren't you saying nothing? Why aren't you yelling out objection or something? What? I've got to find a flaw. You do usually. Someone's lying here, no question. You gotta work out who it is. Please. The boss.
Cross-examination, hey Sasato? Ryunosuke, this is only statement 2.
Ugh. That outburst was an insult to the court and to your own testimony. I might have known that a common pickpocket from the back slums couldn't make a detective.
Damn.
When this trial is over, you will forfeit your warrant card, Miss Lestrade.
Damn.
Is that clear? I've had it with a lot of ya. It lies every bleeding place you look in this world, isn't it? Well, I've had enough. Gina. So have I. After that little speech of Gina's, I've made up my mind. Did you what, Mr. Naruhodo? There was one point in this cross-examination when something that was said just didn't sit right with me. One statement that seemed odd. Oh, do you mean... I'm not going to let Gina's plea for help fall on deaf ears. That's pretty impressive. How they she starts crying at the end of the last press into this one.
Yeah.
Actually, it just changed it. That's actually just a different line there entirely. Well, I guess let's press the last one, even though it seems a little unnecessary. You've got to find a flaw somewhere. I want to thank you, Gina. You helped me find my resolve. Kino. Eh?
What do you mean?
Check the fucking chapter name, dumbass. Amongst everything we've heard during this cross-examination, there's one thing that defies explanation. One inconsistency. What? An inconsistency. Ugh. Really, Odo? I don't quite know what it means yet, but... Good thing I pressed here. Alright. Yes, there's an inconsistency in something that was said by... Well, it's either Cosma or Zeke's. I suppose... no, it could have been Gina. They're just throwing us off the trail here with the mechanic.
Okay.
Oh, man.
It was early on. It was like the first and second one. Shit.
Yeah, we can't,
Yeah, fuck.
It's okay. No, it's all right. This is what we should be expecting. This is what we should revel in at the end of this series. Now this is you gotta just gotta roll with it. An inconsistency in something that was said by. So my gut says we go with Cosma first. Because I'm not... Alright, so Cosmo was outlining... Well, the inconsistency, in my mind, is why didn't he know who... Why didn't Gregson know who the assassin was? That's weird. But I'm not sure if that's the inconsistency that we're trying to point out right now. I think we just work with process of elimination. Start with Kazuma.
Take that!
Because Kazuma's been off his shit this whole case so far.
Yeah.
An inconsistency was spoken by you, Kazuma Asogi.
Me?
Is this some attempt at filibustering, Counsel? Prosecutor Asogi has given no testimony.
What are you suggesting that I said that was inconsistent?
You let something slip that you shouldn't have. Ryunosuke has entered thorough god mode. Shutakumi has said, I'm letting him free. He channels the power of Ace Attorney 1 and 3 Edgeworth.
Yeah.
Just once more. Let me have the power I had then to write someone so in control. Uh-oh.
Oh no!
Uh-oh. When I present the relevant piece of evidence, I imagine you'll realize what you've done. Uh-oh. Very well then, counsel. Go ahead. Alright, I guessed last time. What the fuck is this? Holy shit, they are asking a lot of me to remember what happened in this testimony.
So
What?
one thing that comes to my mind, but I don't think this is right, is the fact that he's talking about how like everyone who's been killed by the or everyone who's gotten off by the Reaper has died. Hence why like Jigoku was targeted, but like we know that's not true. Because we know like there are 2 people who are still alive at the very least.
Yeah.
Or at least 3, yeah. But I don't know if we would have this as evidence.
We're gonna have to just have guesswork here, man. It's time for our fucking intuition to take over. No more thinking. What have we been talking about? Let's start there. We have been discussing the operations of Gregson and the Reaper. Right?
Yeah.
Not gonna be this autopsy report. We've used this. Probably not bad. This is the morning of November 1st, I believe.
Yeah.
Just keep that in mind. What did this say again? What was the date here? You remember, there was a red hair piece. Sorry, I skipped the first line there. There are details of a whole raft of cases dating back years on here, aren't there? This paper from 10 years ago is browning with age. Look. Out of interest, the most recent thing appears to be this newspaper cutting here. Oh, it's the same Red-Headed League advertisement that Mr. Sholmes had picked out. Do you remember? There was a red hair piece at the scene too. Okay, I don't think that's helping us. I was thinking this might note like the last real thing Gregson was investigating, but that's irrelevant because we have the notebook. Just in case. All right, we read just in case. But all the evidence is just resetting constantly. They ain't throwing us any bones here. What evidence reveals this alleged inconsistency in something Prosecutor Osogi said? I don't remember what he fucking said at all.
Okay.
Did you check the stream?
Yeah, I checked what he said. Okay, so
Okay.
the thing that Naruhodo goes, huh, that was weird about. What happens is it's the first fucking testimony. So this was 20 minutes ago when we looked at it.
Great.
In fact, it was 25 minutes ago. Anyway,
I think if we get it wrong, it would send us back into the testimony.
Sure.
So that we could...
Zix goes, I went to the boat, or the club, but he wasn't there.
Yeah.
Cosma goes, that's correct, because at the time, he was making his way to the steamship docked on the northern coast of France.
Yeah.
Then he says, as shown by the passport found in the victim's metal case. And then Renosuke goes, huh? And then he's like, and then you joked and said, give that back to me, and I said, very well then. Here you go.
Damn it.
Back to your testimony about the contents of the notebook. And then like Sasato and go, huh, that seems odd. And so I think it's
the case, the
it's
trunk.
the metal case because it's
why
like,
do you know about this?
Why do you know about that? Yeah, blah, you know.
Take that!
Jeez. This is a trunk that belonged to Inspector Gregson. I think we offhandedly note also, it's like, huh, wait, why do you know about that?
Yeah.
A metal construction, is it? It's certainly very heavy, as he lifts it with his mind. Whoa, 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 what the fuck is this? A blood stain. And a relatively fresh one, too. What? What? You mean that ink grease from all the boss's fish and chips?
Fresh blood on the inspector's trunk. That suggests that the victim was traveling with that luggage when he was killed.
That can't be. There was no mention of any trunk in Scotland Yard's report. Yes. There's a reason for that. Immediately after the inspector's body was discovered, one of the street peddlers made off with the trunk, hoping to sell it. But I found it. Me with my nose for trouble. Which means that nobody should have known anything about the trunk. Unless, of course, we're talking about somebody who was present when the victim was killed.
Oh my god.
Damn. And yet...
It's fucking his sword that's in the trunk. We're gonna ask him to draw karma or something, and it's gonna be fucking broken.
Yup. And yet, during the cross-examination of the witness just now, you said this, Kazuma. Though this is double weird though, dude, because he died to a gunshot. I don't think this was. This is not like fatal evidence here.
No.
This is.
No. So yeah, no. So I think all this is. Kazuma swings at him. The sword goes into the trunk.
Yeah.
He gets shot, and his blood gets on the trunk.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He was shot at close range.
Yes.
Keep that in mind. But yeah, no. Karuma got fucking. Gregson blocked that shit, son. Block. And yet, during the cross-examination of the witness just now, you said this, Kazuma.
Because at the time, he was making his way to the steamship docked on the northern coast of France, as shown by the passport found in the victim's metal trunk.
So the question is, how did you know about the inspector's trunk? How did you know that's where I got the passport?
We know the man went on a trip to France. Where else would he have put his passport?
Objection!
But you knew it was a metal trunk! Answer me honestly, Kazuma! On 31st October, where exactly were you?
Fucking hell.
The grandest conflict of interest has now arisen.
At the port of Dunkirk.
Gina, take over for prosecutor Kazuma here. swap with him. Okay.
Let me be clear, it was Van Zeek's that killed him.
It was definitely Van Zeek's, by the way. But why? Because I said so. What? I'm the prosecutor. What don't you all fucking get? Jesus. This fucking country, man.
At the port of Dunkirk, on the SS, whatever it's called.
Bruce. You're already repressing the name of it.
I want to call it the Buria for some reason.
Well, that was how we got here. That was our ship.
It really was how we got here,
Yeah.
Is that the answer you're looking for, Ryunosuke?
Kazuma! What did you... I hadn't considered the possibility before, but... if Kazuma was on the ship, then... it can only have been for one purpose. Oh no, Mr. Naruhodo! Surely you don't think...
Come on, Ryunosuke. You know the rules. So do I. The only thing that really talks in the courtroom is hard evidence. And it better be harder than that metal trunk. As I understand it, Inspector Gregson always took that case with him when he traveled. So as it stands, you've proved nothing.
Kazuma... Are you challenging me to prove it beyond all reasonable doubt? That you were there that day, in the same place as the inspector?
He was there, with Gregson!
There's a clue that you've overlooked. A secret that Trunk can tell us. I can't be sure at this point. I'll need to verify it. But I have a nasty feeling that I'm going to be right. The accusation being made is deeply disturbing. But nevertheless, we must test it. The defense will identify for the court where in the trunk this alleged clue is to be found. Where is the evidence that ties Prosecutor Asogi to Inspector Gregson? Can we open it first?
I'm scared if we have to open it first.
I can open it first. Sorry.
Okay. Like, I was worried that you'd click on the button and it would be like, take that. It's like, no.
No. It's got, there is a specific button to present things.
Okay.
It is the tip of a fucking sword.
Got it!
Got it.
I got it. There's a small piece of metal lodged in the wall of the trunk here. Like the tip of a blade. Kazuma, you did not bring incriminating evidence into the courtroom with you, did you? Manfred von Karma couldn't get rid of it, at least. Jesus. It's a man's soul, after all. A blade? Me. Playing this song every day. What the fuck's this guy doing here? Anyway, get in the lineup. I got a couple more MOCs than you, Blade. Oh, aeons. Kazuma. Slung around your waist, as ever today, is the esteemed blade Karuma.
Of course it is.
Won't you draw it? Here in this courtroom. For all to see.
Exercise caution, my learned friend. That man is the son of London's most notorious killer.
Bailiff! Watch Prosecutor Asogi like a hawk.
That won't be necessary.
Yep.
That shit is broken.
Oh no! The tip is broken. Ryunosuke, to prove I'm truly white, I've been circumcised. No!
Oh my god!
Is this what turned the Von Karma family evil?
Yes, so.
Wow. Wow. So, he stabbed you all with a blunt sword in the thumbnail? This can't be happening to me. All that 10 minutes spent on that thumbnail wasted. Ugh. If the fragment of metal from the trunk fits together with the end of the sword, the question of who was there with Inspector Gregson will be answered. Right. He's the +1.
Yeah.
Okay. Agreed. Kazuma Asogi.
Expertly done, Ryunosuke. That's a point to you, and well deserved.
Well, a point is how we got to this point. Silence, all of you. Do you mean to tell the court, Prosecutor Asogi?
Yes. On the 31st of October, I accompanied Inspector Gregson to Dunkirk in order to carry out a mission.
So the additional person authorized to travel
Was me.
and the mission was...
The assassination of the Mark.
What? Van Zeeks just walks away. He's like, alright, I'm free. You mean... you're the killer whose name was omitted from this notebook? You were following the Reaper's orders to dispatch Judge Jigoku?
Let me make one thing perfectly clear. I have killed no one.
Explain.
What? He's like, what the fuck? I sent you to kill someone. I accepted the assassination mission. Yes. And I accompanied Gregson to Dunkirk. But I never had any intention of carrying out the plan.
You were never going to do it? We can believe Kazuma-sama, I'm sure. After all, Judge Jigoku arrived safely in London the following day.
On the 31st, I boarded a train from London with Inspector Gregson. We traveled to Dover, from where we crossed the Channel to Dunkirk. Then we boarded the SS Groose and made for the cabin deck, as indicated in the plan.
You went to Judge Jigoku's cabin?
Exactly. He wasn't there, though. We decided to wait. But...
But you've already told us you had no intention of going through with it anyway.
I didn't come to Great Britain to take anyone's life. So I left Gregson and disembarked the ship. I spent that night at a boarding house in the town and returned to England the following morning.
Oh, okay. Yeah, all right. Everyone
that's
believes that? Yeah. What about the sword?
That's a fucking lie!
A boarding house in Dunkirk.
My signature will be in the register book. It'd be simple enough to verify.
Okay, explain the sword. Then what became of Jigoku?
Gregson was no assassin, so the mark was spared. I'm sure it's easy enough to imagine what happened after that. Gregson returned to England as well, having failed to complete the mission. Oh my god, he's still insisting Zeke's killed him.
No, he's... Yeah. I mean, that's his job currently. I think, like, we have to believe he is just trying to do this to pull out...
The truth, yeah.
We have to double sham them, right? We have to farce our way out of their farce.
Yes.
Is what's happening here.
Yeah. 100%. 100%. He met with the Reaper in that room on Fresno Street to report the failure.
Amen. Oh!
Causing the infuriated mastermind to pull the trigger.
Oi!
And end his wretched agent's life. That's the real truth behind Inspector Gregson's murder.
Objection!
Man, fuck you.
But if you did nothing as you claim, how did the tip of your sword come to be lodged in the Inspector's trunk? And I mean that in a homosexual... I don't need to answer that. The victim was killed by a gunshot. A small fragment of a Japanese blade isn't relevant to the case. And accordingly, I choose to exercise my right to silence on that matter.
Bailiff! Whack his pee-pee. Be that as it may, the court will sequester the sword as evidence. Yeah, boy!
It was...
Let me in that fucking thing.
This was all just a ploy to get Strongheart to submit this sword as evidence
Yeah.
himself.
Look at the straight. This is me with. Get that sword as evidence, yes, sir. Give me that shit.
Oh my god. It's evil.
The court will sequester the sword as evidence. Oh no! Oh no!
As you wish, my lord.
Oh jeez. The great sword Karuma has been entered into the court record.
Karuma for smash, bro.
Kino Karuma. Oh yeah. Dude. It should be the like there should be no more evidence. It should just be in the middle of this entire page is the only piece of evidence.
Yeah, that'd be pretty nice.
All right. Dude, it's gonna be in the hilt.
Yeah.
It's gonna be in the handle, dude. I'm so fucking ready. Karuma. The great blade. It's such a thing of beauty. I want to gaze on it for hours. All right, check inside. Imagine we're gonna get the tip. Tip of the great sword.
Yeah.
Broken! It's such a shame! It's been so meticulously cared for over the years. I can almost hear Karuma's sobs. Cosmo must have really taken a swing for that to happen. How is this possible? I don't understand how it could have chipped. Dude, let me in. Let me in. Let me in. Come on.
Oh.
Let me in.
Yeah, it's not time yet.
Let me in. Let me in.
It's really not time yet.
They're actually going to be in the Lucky Charm here.
Fuck.
We must take immediate action now. to verify whether Seishiro Jigoku remains unharmed. What? Remains unharmed?
I agree. That should be our first priority.
Hold on.
Huh?
Stream's dying.
Oh.
Just give it a sec.
Looks situation normal on my end.
It's not.
Okay.
On Discord, you mean?
On Discord and on YouTube.
Well, I'm getting red bars, so I'm gonna... Yeah, it's having some problems. Make sure everything's plugged in properly. It's not my internet. Cause Discord's fine.
It's fine on YouTube.
You're telling me it looks fine on YouTube?
I'm looking at the YouTube stream. It looks totally fine.
Okay. I'm getting like a shit ton of drop frames, which means it's probably stuttering though. Okay. If you guys think it's fine, I'll just assume OBS is lying to me. Let me know if there's anything actually bad though, okay? If it's like unbearable. I agree, that should be our first priority.
It's recently come to my attention that he hasn't been seen since yesterday.
That's true. How did you...
When a foreign dignitary invited to Great Britain goes missing for 24 hours, it's only natural that the question of his safety should arise.
You don't mean to say that you think Judge Shigoku may have been killed?
The Reaper has more than one assassin at its disposal. And he has the power and influence to give orders from the inside of a prison cell. Isn't that right, Lord Van Zeeks? If I were truly the Reaper, I'd be able to tell you.
Can I go home now? Order! Order in the court! Order! We will take an emergency recess for 30 minutes. Now? Guests of the symposium have been told to maintain regular contact with the organizer's office. If the man can't be located within half an hour, we will have to assume the worst. No! Not Judge Shigoku! Hey!
No one would want to kill a harmless Japanese man who'd only just arrived in the country. Except Lord Van Zeeks. Except, that is, for the Reaper, wanting to finish off a mark that slipped through the net 10 years ago.
I would have to agree. Mr. Naruhodo, for the defense's sake. My lord? I sincerely hope we are successful. If we're unable to confirm Mr. Jigoku's healthy existence in the next 30 minutes, you will face grave difficulties. Court is adjourned for 30 minutes.
You know, Kazuma, it's kind of fucked up that you are... aware of the fact that Jigoku is in danger and chose to keep it to yourself? Like, is your premise that you presented to us?
He's playing the long con.
Right. But it's like
His motives are complex. One day in Japan, there was a snail. Yeah, all right. Well, presumably, Sholmes and Mikotoba went off to go find him.
Mhm.
Kazuma-sama, the Reaper's assassin. I feel as though I'm in a nightmare. I can hardly believe it either. But on the other hand, Kazuma isn't in the habit of making up stories. I have such a terrible sense of foreboding. Like, I'm gonna end up there as the defendant somehow. If something awful has happened to Judge Shigoku, then I feel as though things will only spiral further and further out of control. Getting stream freezes? I was looking for everyone else.
looks normal to me.
Okay. You gotta listen for the music. Don't look at it. You gotta listen to it.
Yeah, no, I'm listening to our audio.
Oh, okay. Just in case. Stream dead. Is everyone watching? Okay, presumably anyone who just answered me is watching completely up to date.
Yeah, they answered the question from 5 minutes ago.
Yeah. You know, people get in tune with it, right? Yeah, you guess what I'm gonna say. This is, I think this is clearly a YouTube issue right now. If, why do we have a sub investigation going on right now in our stream? What the fuck is this? Please everyone testify, the condition of your stream.
Wait, what investigation?
What? A sub, we're investigating something in game, and then a sudden a sub investigation.
Right,
My subscribers, my friends.
Right. Okay, I interpreted it as subscriber investigation. I was like, what do you like? I'm like, did the FBI just join the chat? What are you saying?
No.
Okay, I was confused.
We've entered I guess side investigation would make more sense, like a side quest.
Yeah, no, I see what you mean now, but I interpreted
Done
it the other
communicating.
way.
I will be silent the rest of the game.
Okay.
You will all have to simply read my mind. You know what I sound like at this point, all right? You guys could do it. Yeah, like my end, it's like a nightmare. Like the information OBS is giving me is like, this should be unwatchable. It's like really, really inconsistent. Dude, the Reaper's sending in the internet assassins. Fuck. Well. I guess we just keep going and just let me know if it's like really, really bad. I felt it from the moment I stepped into the courthouse this morning. A strange sensation that we were careering. We were careering towards a foregone conclusion. Well, in the worst case, we might have only 30 minutes left. Unfortunately, though, I don't think there's anything we can do but wait now. We're out of options. Actually, there may be one last hand we can play. Or rather, one last ear.
Of course. The corn.
Yes.
No.
The little Mr. Sholmes doll that Iris gave us. For some reason, you completely run out of options in the trial today. Then just pull this little Hurley's ear. This little Hurley's ear is as hard as you possibly can. Perhaps now is the time.
Herles. I almost want to say leave it.
I mean, we're not out of options yet,
Yeah, like we're not out of options yet.
but we're pulling it.
Oh, okay. Don't think, just pull.
Yeah. Here goes then. I'm going to do it. Good luck, Mr. Naruhodo. No looking back. Ow! Oh, hey, I got a Rappa. Wow, lucky you, Mr. Naruhodo. That scream sounded like Mr. Sholmes. Mr. Sholmes? Where are you? It's a communicator?
No, it's him. It's one of the clones.
Ah. Of course.
Here, my dear fellow. Here.
It's the felt doll talking. Pull the ears again, Mr. Naruhodo. As hard as you can. All right then, I'll put all my strength into it.
Ow! Ow! Please,
He's on the
my dear
ship.
fellows. You don't need to pull my ear off.
It literally was pulling on his ear. Mr. Sholmes, where are you?
We're about to get a Sholmes investigation sequence. Myself and my trusty partner. Presently in the first-class cabin of the SS Groose.
The SS Groose?
She left Dover last night, after the final pieces of cargo were loaded. We are currently docked at Dunkirk, but due to be underway again in half an hour.
You've taken a ship to France?
Please, even with my athletic prowess, I would struggle to jump the Straits of Dover. After we left Baker Street last night, we hurried by cab to the station and by train to the port. In order to board this vessel in time.
So you mean you'd already worked it out? That the steamship was where everything really took place?
Mr. Naruhodo, pray, what is my name?
Herlock Sholmes. World famous great detective.
Recited to perfection. Well done.
You're a genius, Mr. Sholmes. That's the only word for it.
Ow, 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 ow! Mr. Sato, gently with this genius's ear, please.
Oh my, I'm ever so sorry. If I may, Sholmes. Oh, fuck, that's not. If I may, Sholmes. How is it? It's like jumping out of his hand. I'm gonna play as Mikotoba?
Ah, there you are, Mikotoba.
You may remember that it was in fact I who made the connection to the SS Groose. At Scotland Yard yesterday, when we examined that notebook, and I recalled my steamship ticket.
But of course it was, my dear fellow. And not once did I controvert that fact. I merely had our court-bound companions utter my name.
Yes, you did, didn't you? We've just entered a recess. The trial resumes in 30 minutes from now. And if we're unable to present any new leads then, I'm afraid to say...
Do not fret, please. It's for precisely that purpose that my partner and I have made this journey. I have no doubt we shall have welcome news for you within the half hour.
Thank you, Mr. Sholmes. That would be wonderful.
Until later, then.
Yes, you'll be hearing from us if you're not in touch first.
Ow, 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 ow. I shan't be hearing anything if you keep tugging at my ear in that mindless fashion.
Whatever was the idea behind making a receiver operated in that way in the first place, Sholmes?
Why the deuce would I know? It's Iris's invention, not mine.
Whilst I know how much you enjoy being the hero of the hour, Sholmes, we have but half that now before the Groose puts to sea again. If we don't conclude our investigations rapidly, we shall find ourselves in Naples before long.
There are times, Mikotoba, when you make a surprising amount of sense. So, let us begin.
Alright. First class cabin number 2. Yes, this is the one. But I don't believe an investigation of the cabin is going to be plain sailing. That crewman standing in front of the door was an angry-looking fellow. Why are you loitering here? Who are you?
My dear fellow, do you not recognize a world-famous great detective when you see one? The question really ought to be, who are you?
Do you not recognize world-traveling great sailor? Yeah, I see it written on his fucking arm. You not recognize world-famous traveling great sailor chicken stroganoff when you see it. Chicken stroganoff. Maybe boys do know about chicken stroganoff.
Sholmes doesn't know about him though.
No. Great detective. Ha! I don't think so. I'll kill you. How dare you say that?
Do you see that, Mikotoba?
Oh no. Oh no, Tommy, my zero escape brain just kicked in. The numbers upside down. Quick.
Yeah, Alright, so it's 5, 6 maybe?
6, I guess.
3,
1, 0, 4,
5.
We've done it,
Oh, it's
boys.
2, it's a 2, I think. So 5, 2, 3, 1, 0, 4, 5.
Oh, you think the second one's a 2?
Yeah, I think the...
You're correct.
Yeah.
We've done it. Thank you, Zero Escape. We remain paranoid. You see that, Mikotoba?
It would appear that this man is a devoted follower of mine.
Goodness me. Is that a tattoo that says Sholmes?
I must say, while such adoration is flattering, naturally, it does leave me a little cold.
What are you talking about? Leave now!
How distressing. My loyal devotee knows me only by name, and not by appearance. And yet, I already know a great deal about you, sir. You have a brother, I believe. Like yourself, he's a shipman. Currently traveling the world abroad. A Russian steamship, in fact.
How could you know this?
Elementary, my dear Mikotoba.
I'm sure it was. 3 days ago, I was bound for London aboard. Now the ascertain and assertion have turned into aboard and abroad. 3 days ago, I was bound for London aboard this ship, you see. We're looking for one of my fellow passengers, a man by the name of Jigoku. There is no one with his name on board. But we know that he purchased a ticket for passage. You mean Eastern man. He left ship 2 hours ago. Here at Dunkirk. He said something about emergency, I think. What? Are you sure? So Seishiro realized that we're after him, has he?
His cabin is the one behind you. We should like to investigate, please.
No! I have orders not to let even mouse inside.
Mikotoba, be a good man and draw the sailor's attention away, would you? Make up some excuse so that he leaves the area.
Doesn't great detective see that even sailors have ears? Both left and right. Shit.
The plan is ruined.
And you have only yourself to blame, I'm afraid, Sholmes. Forget it. Cabin door is locked. Even if I am not here, you cannot get inside.
Mikotoba,
What?
I'm sure you haven't forgotten my special talent, have you?
Opening any locks?
Within a mere 5 seconds. So if you'd be so kind as to afford me the requisite time, old friend. In your typically accommodating manner.
How could I refuse such a typically unappealing request, old friend? He's about to floor this guy. Do I need to distract that burly sailor for 5 seconds, do I?
Good man! So, the game is afoot.
I like how it's a replica of the Buria. The switch for the electrical lights. Perhaps if I were to turn off the lights, the crewmen wouldn't be able to see what we were doing. Leave it alone. Sholmes can't see in the dark. No, I think not. That would never work, surely. I need to concoct another distraction. Now that I can't see him, I'm having trouble, like, putting a voice to him, which is kind of funny. There's too many old dudes in this game.
No,
I only got so many old dude voices. That's a speaking tube for members of the crew to communicate with one another around the ship. If I could just persuade our stocky sailor friend that he needed to use it, Sholmes could unlock the door whilst he was distracted. Question is, how? This must be a mousetrap, I think. Perhaps I could distract the crewman's attention with this somehow? Ah! Did he just make mouse noises?
Yeah, he said choo choo.
Choo-choo. That sounds like Big Mouse and Trap. Choo-choo. I will bring bucket of water later and put out of misery. I don't like the sound of that.
In any case, my dear fellow, that was quite unconvincing. Only Japanese mice make a chew sound.
Oh, really, Sholmes? And pray tell, what sound do Russian mice make?
E.P. Naturally. Though also quite unconvincing, I readily admit. So go ahead, Mikotoba. Do a PP this time.
No, thank you. I'm sure I can come up with an alternative solution. That's another first-class cabin, and yet its door is completely unguarded.
Empty as well. I had a quick look inside earlier. Though I confess, I didn't investigate the wardrobe. There may very well be a young Japanese fellow inside. Perspiring merrily.
If you're referring to Naruhodo, you know very well that he's currently perspiring merrily in court.
Does it not strike you, though, Mikotoba? Why the man stands guard only in front of this cabin, when both are apparently vacant?
Yeah, it is weird.
Yeah, like why?
What's up with that, guys? What's
Is happening?
What's up with that? That's so weird, man. Wow. That's the way back to the deck, but we certainly can't give up on this now. Hit the light switch. Ah! What is happening? Where is light? Now, Sholmes, now!
It's gonna be Sholmes stuck in the mousetrap.
Nobody there. That was a close shave.
Quite a knack you have. Stumbling so violently in an apparently empty corridor.
Do be quiet, Sholmes. I shall have to think of another approach. This would appear to be an alarm bell. All hell would break loose if that thing were to ring. The whole crew would know about it. Here goes then. Pardon me in advance. You! What are you doing? If we were at sea, that would be a very bad problem. What's going on down there? Seaman Stroganoff, report at once. Oh, sorry, sir. Nothing to report. It was just stupid trick. No, not by me. By world famous. No! As I told you. Now, Sholmes, now! Done.
Done.
Not even 5 seconds, eh?
Well, don't stand there gawping at my brilliance, Mikotoba. In we go.
Oh, yes. They just phased through the door. All right. Ground zeros of hell. Not entirely, but you know. Good gracious.
Appear that the occupant of this cabin did indeed disembark, rather hurriedly.
Those clothes on the floor there. They're Seishiro's without question.
Oh, it's the Japanese socks with the shoes.
Yep.
You know what I'm talking about.
Yeah, you put it's the ontologically correct way to wear socks or sandals.
Yeah.
Well, it seems we're just a little too late. Yes, by about 2 hours. I don't know, that ice looked pretty fresh.
Still, whilst we're here, we should investigate thoroughly. There may well be 2 hours worth of clues to find in here.
That burly crewman may return at any moment, Sholmes.
Indeed he may. Which makes this all the more thrilling.
Where to begin? There's not a ton.
Quite the exquisite glass, I must say. I call it the drink.
See here, how it... Something the matter, Sholmes. You suddenly trailed off.
Ice, Mikotoba! Ice! What opulence the first-class passengers enjoy! Chilled drinks!
Some sort of freezer must exist then. Pardon?
B, that the steamship is equipped with an electrically refrigerated cold room. Do you think?
Well, it is a luxury liner after all. They have enormous refrigerators for storing all sorts of lavish produce as well as ice. On our voyage from Japan, we enjoyed culinary delights from all over the world. Fuck you!
Suddenly, Mikotoba. The sight of you is making my mouth water.
I haven't taken on the flavor of the food I ate, you know.
How do you know?
Experiment time.
Have you tasted yourself?
Bottoms up, daddy. According to the report I was given, Naruhodo was concealing himself in Asogi's wardrobe. Kinda gay, if you ask me, says Sholmes. as he spanks Mikotoba.
And it was of similar size to this one. Ah! You must climb inside yourself, my dear fellow.
What? Whatever for?
It was the site of my first fatal meeting with Mr. Naruhodo. You can experience the moment for yourself now, complete with my dramatic rhetoric. Come along now. In you go! This will only take a moment.
Really, Sholmes? Surely you can just tell me what you said.
Well, I uttered some brilliant remark and opened the wardrobe to reveal the stowaway murderer.
I think I'll just read about it in the Adventures of Herlock Sholmes. That I ghostwrite.
And then a snake was there, and it was totally the murderer.
Uh-huh. This is the waste paper basket, look. And there's still rubbish inside.
Did. Pry. I've discovered recently I have a penchant for exploring the contents of others' waste paper baskets.
Wow. I sincerely hope only for your work. I'm poor as shit right now.
Ah. Here we have a notice issued to the passengers from 3 days ago.
3 days ago? The night before we arrived in London, then. But I was still aboard myself. Phew, dodged that one. Evacuation drill notice, 31st October. Follow...
Whoa.
Do you
better
fucking mind?
I imagine your eidetic memory absorbed that one, eh, Mikotoba?
Whoa! I don't have a court record right now! What the fuck?
I sincerely hope you're streaming this on YouTube.
I'm sure they'll hand it back to us here. Yes, there was an evacuation drill. I remember now. For our safety and security, all first-class passengers were constantly under the watchful eye of the crew. So it was a welcome relief to have some privacy for once. The evacuation drill itinerary has been entered into the court record. A notice about a practice evacuation to be carried out by the crew of the SS Groose the night before the ship arrived in Dover. It was found in Judge Jigoku's cabin. Well, I'm still not allowed to look at it. That one's for later, everyone. There's a speaking tube here, look. Though it's been stoppered with some cloth. The voices of the crewmen on the bridge aren't an annoyance, I suppose.
Or indeed, so that the voices in this cabin aren't heard elsewhere.
Oh. Could something have happened in here that was for no one else's ears, do you think?
Either that, or... it could be to prevent snakes from entering.
That's really becoming a favorite case of yours, hasn't it?
That's a substantial heap of clothes on the floor.
Well, he had to take them all out of his evil crate.
That's a good point. That's a good point.
The crate that he brought into London with him and had to bring back to put on the boat.
Yeah. An overcoat, shirts, a dressing gown.
Ah yes, the Momohiki work trousers, a Tanzan robe, a Haramaki waistband. Clearly the clothing of a Japanese man.
I knew all that. I clearly. And clearly, Japanese men are unaccustomed to the culture of the wardrobe.
Well, they sleep in it, Sholmes. It looks to me as if they've been thrown in a heap like that in something of a hurry.
Indeed. You could help yourself to a Japanese man's shirt, perhaps. I'm sure you made mention of packing too few.
I'd very likely drown in one of Seishiro's shirts. No, I'll just buy any extras I need, I think. These are the rules of passage. Passengers must not keep weapons or other dangerous objects in their cabins. Pets are also strictly forbidden. Additionally, there are severe punishments for stowing away in wardrobes and/or travel cases. I see they added one.
I feel the rules have increased since I last read them. Probably just my imagination.
What about the fact that they're not straight on the wall? Doesn't that strike you?
You may be right. Probably just your imagination, though. A trifle. And you know what I always say, Mikotoba? There's nothing important about trifles.
It's probably just my imagination, but I think that might be slightly off.
Had you seen Mikotoba, someone pulled the emergency brake in order to
Wait a minute,
slide
that sign.
over the block.
Wait a minute, that sign position. The wall is slightly different color just here. Do you see?
Indeed. What have you observed arises when a frame that has been hanging for some time is removed? Perhaps your friend is an art thief.
Now, there's a bold deduction worthy of a great detective, I'm sure.
He may very well be the elusive thief who has been plaguing France's galleries of late.
I think perhaps we should focus our attentions elsewhere, Sholmes, don't you?
That's, I imagine that's Arsène Lupin
From Persona 5?
from Persona 5, baby.
Wow. Wow. That's amazing that history works that way. That's crazy, dude. That outline on the wall. Wait a minute, that outline. I feel as though I might have spotted something of a similar shape and size elsewhere. Okay. Drag and drop? Help? Yeah, fuck the bugs. Here we go.
Ooh, that's a very sizable trunk indeed.
Seishiro is partial to all things large.
And a rather clumsy fellow. If he failed to notice he'd left that behind.
Perhaps he left it on purpose. It's lighter than you might think. It's still a hindrance to a speedy escape.
Pity. It's locked, so we can't look inside.
Surely 5 seconds from now, the situation will be quite different, though.
Sadly not. It has a 7-digit combination lock. And I'm not in a morose enough mood to work through all the combinations at present.
I have come back with arm to give combination. You are still here! Ah, Able Seaman Stroganoff. Hello again.
I was beginning to think you'd never materialize.
Eh? You're waiting for me?
Of course! I was expecting you to burst in with a hearty Russian profanity far sooner.
I was in trouble with Captain because of the trick you played before. Poor innocent chicken. It is all your fault. Ship is leaving port soon. Get off. Now.
Of course. We shall disembark presently, my dear fellow. But first, there is something that must be done.
What are you talking about?
Why, naturally. The debunking of your deceit, and the bearing of the truth.
Kakoi? Oh no. Is he hitting him with it?
I'm afraid. I see through your lies. For one thing, Mr. Shikoku has not yet left this vessel at all.
Ah!
And for another, my dear Seaman Stroganoff.
Stroganoff for that seaman.
You know
Wait.
exactly
He's
where the
in the
man
room.
is. Where the man is even as I speak. Don't you?
Ah! How? How can you? Good gracious, Sholmes. You mean you've worked it out? All of it?
It's really been too long, hasn't it, old friend? 10 years, no less. So, would you care to join me for a dance? Of my inimitable logic and reasoning.
Nothing would please me more. What is this? Domain expansion.
We have but minutes until the vessel puts to sea. No games now. Time is of the essence.
I like how there's no bells and whistles here.
Yeah. Mr. Stroganov, allow me to remind you of your earlier claim. You told us that Jigoku left the ship some 2 hours ago.
That is what I said.
Sadly, that was a rather clumsy lie. You see, there is something in this room that is quite clearly contradicts it.
What? Yes, of course.
I see you noticed it too, Mikotoba. Then please, do take the lead.
Damn. Menacing man in the corner.
What in the cabin show? Fuck.
No, it's fine, it's fine. What in the cabin shows the impossibility of Jigoku having disembarked 2 hours ago?
Let's see what the last 3 years have done to your observational skills then, Mikotoba.
It's been 10 years since we last did this, Sholmes, not 3.
Why, of course it has. Quite. Now, all the clues are here in this cabin for your eyes to see. But as I always say, you must not merely look, but observe. Observe and the answers become clear. So, impress me.
I think I can manage that. All right. Cool. What in this cabin shows the impossibility of Jigoku having disembarked 2 hours ago? So, his trunk's still here.
His fucking clothes are here, yeah.
His clothes are here, which we cannot click on the clothes. The ice would have melted. Would maybe. I don't know what the weather's like outside right now. It's November in Northern Europe. Well, I guess not Northern Europe, but you know what I mean. It's cold there.
Yeah.
I think I want to go with ice.
I think we're going with ice.
I think that's the fun option to go with
Yeah,
first.
No, it's ice. It's ice.
Take that!
Yeah, baby.
My jaw dropped, dude.
Perhaps you should have cleared away the glass.
How curious that the ice shouldn't have melted despite having been abandoned 2 hours ago. It would appear that the man was here in this very cabin until moments before our arrival. With this well-chilled glass in hand.
Get your mind off the refreshment, Sholmes.
Might even conclude that somebody informed him of our boarding. Wouldn't you agree, Mr. Stroganov?
But why would Seishiro run from us?
Before we consider that question, allow me to confirm one small matter. Would I be correct in saying that these first-class cabins of the SS Groose are the same ones in which you and Mr. Jigoku were accommodated on your voyage from Japan?
That's right, they are. I was in the cabin next door, and Seishiro was... Yes. 50 days in this very cabin during our voyage.
As I suspected. For you see, there are traces in this cabin of a dark secret that Mr. Jigoku had to hide.
What traces? I know nothing about this.
This is news to you. Is it, Mr. Stroganov?
Sholmes, what exactly are you getting at?
As I said,
Dude,
There are
it's a
traces
Kuma.
Oh my god. There are traces in this cabin of some nefarious activity. A raging demon was committed here.
Seriously.
Something that appears out of place, which I'm quite sure won't have escaped your notice.
Something out of place in here.
That's the key to this, Mikotova.
Man, this is like triple hilarious because I assumed this was Wilson on the box art,
Yeah.
and here we fucking are.
Yeah.
This game had my number.
The remnants of the dark deed that took place in here are...
Stop stopping time and then the stop time.
The remnants of the dark deed that took place in here are being masked by something quite
Incongruous, of course, yeah.
I must say, I didn't foresee ever doing this dance of deduction with you again, Mikotova.
No, quite. But life is full of unexpected twists and turns, as we all know. Now then, let's see if we can uncover the truth here.
Yes, you have the floor, my dear fellow.
The remnants of the dark... Okay, it'll pop up next time, so you can finish reading it then.
Okay.
The remnants of the dark deed that took place in here are being masked by something quite... I didn't even know I could do this. That's cool.
Wait, what, Alex?
Incongruous.
Take that!
It's the rules of passage in this frame here. They're obviously out of place. The way they're hanging crooked on the wall, as if they were put there in a hurry.
Yes, as I'm sure you're already concluded. That frame was originally over here. The shape and size are a perfect match.
You are right. When did frame move?
Hardly the most observant of crewmen, are you, Mr. Stroganov? I would think your captain is quite justified in having his reservations about your reliability.
Oh dear. That really seemed to touch a nerve.
So, Mikotova, why don't you lift that frame off the wall?
That looks like a bullet hole. What? Who has been shooting walls?
I see. The projectile has been removed. Clearly, the careful occupant of this room has already disposed.
The occupant?
Wait, what?
That was one of the greatest misspeaks I've ever heard, Tommy. You said occupant. Whoa. The careful occupant. Excellent. The careful occupant of this room has already disposed of it.
There were a lot of C's in that sentence.
It's great. Make new words, man. The language is yours, my friend.
Now then, Mr. Stroganov,
Ah!
I have the distinct impression that you're attempting to shield said occupant.
I don't know what you're talking about. Why would I try to protect Eastern Stranger?
So we're talking about the same man, I see. Good.
Ah!
I'm sure we can get to the bottom of this in no time, aren't you? Because there's some very noteworthy evidence that explains the reason why you're lying for the man. Yes. You've been told to keep this pretense as clearly shown by...
I really don't know how to approach this one, Sholmes.
My dear Mikotova. Simply keep first principles in mind. Study your subject from every angle.
and I'm quite sure that you'll see it. In fact, I'd put a wager on it.
Okay, I'll bet against me then. So then I can win and fake it. So, I'm to glare at the fellow from all sides. Well, I can certainly do that.
I think he gave you the combination to. Oh well, what a big notes.
Well, he has been paid to do it.
Sure.
Take that!
These guys don't take that. It's almost too obvious for words.
Quite. The universal language of the world. Money.
Money. Ah! And I'd wager that the Eastern fellow in question is Seishiro Jigoku, yes? Ah! So I presume you realize what this means. There are clear signs that a crime has been committed in this cabin. And the way you're going, sir, you'll find yourself accused of being an accomplice. But...
I believe you know, Mr. Stroganov. You know where Mr. Jigoku is hiding at this precise moment in time.
Ah! The furtive glance.
As always,
The
Mikoto,
furtive glance!
in matters of deduction, the furtive glance is your unfaltering ally.
Never forgotten! Yes, I think you're onto something there, Sholmes. You found the chink in this burly fellow's armor.
We need only follow the man's gaze to know where our prey is hiding. The slightest flicker of the pupils. A minutely delayed blink. Nothing escapes my attention. Even that which is barely perceptible.
So Apollo? So Apollo's from your bloodline? What are we doing here?
Maybe.
You could hardly call this barely perceptible, Sholmes. The man turned his entire head. It's not exactly what you describe as a furtive glance, is it? It's almost too obvious.
We shall let your tapping toes decide, my dear fellow.
God. Ah!
Take that!
Kiss me, I'm in the safe.
You immediately turned to look at this large trunk, didn't you? Ow! The truth is, Seishiro Jigoku was unable to escape from the ship in time, and is at this very moment doing his best to stifle his breath inside this trunk.
If he still has a breath to take, I fear he may be running dangerously low on air.
Hmm?
I imagine he didn't count on us making a nuisance of ourselves for quite so long. I think it would be in everyone's best interest for us to open the trunk as quickly as possible.
But how can we? Are you forgetting about the combination lock? We don't know the 7-digit code.
The combination lock can't be opened from inside the trunk. Therefore, there must have been an arrangement for somebody to open it after our departure.
Of course.
In short, before Jigoku hid himself in that trunk, he must have told somebody the 7-digit number for the lock. As I'm sure you can confirm, Mr. Stroganov.
No! I know nothing about combination code. Puts arm directly in front of face.
Don't move a muscle, my good seaman.
Huh?
Zawarudo. Now, Mikotoba, would you do the honors and open the trunk?
How on earth do you expect me?
It's a 7-digit number. Remember, quickly now. We have little time.
Fuck yeah.
5,
Oh, they didn't give it. That's funny.
2,
5, 2.
3,
Oh yeah. I'll just let you tell me then.
1, 0, 4, 5.
It's not the way I thought it would work.
Take that!
They had a good one in them.
They literally fucked with us the entire.
I'm gonna
game.
cry saying this. They had a spectacular one in them.
Yeah,
That was pretty special.
like they literally fucked with us.
Because it was Sholmes at half power.
Yeah,
That's pretty special.
yeah.
My hat's off to you. That is one long fucking game there.
Yeah.
Even though they probably I don't think this was planned from the start necessarily. But hey, you took it to its natural proper end where you get a special moment with the system.
And it's pretty funny because it's also like this was the location effectively of our first one, right?
Yes. This is pottery in motion.
Yeah.
And also, you actually have to put a number in. And even if it's not much, even if they made it super obvious, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. And right, like, you do get the payoff here of, clearly Sholmes was fucking with us the whole time at this point.
Yeah.
So, he was grooming us, and we passed. I think this is you.
Yep.
You had to meddle, didn't you? Well, Eugene, you found me now.
Say Shiro. I was really hoping beyond hope not to find you here, you know.
But you're not entirely unsurprised, I take it.
No, quite. I just wish it were some other way.
Well, are you ever going to introduce me? Your reputation precedes you, Mr. Sholmes. I've read stories of your many exploits.
Excuse my manners, Sholmes. This is Mr. Jigoku, my old friend and a traveling companion.
The devil is in the details, Mikotoba. I believe you meant to say your friend and traveling companion.
Your old friend and traveling companion. Who
Who made the cowardly decision to flee the country without a word to anyone when things turned sour. I see my reputation precedes me as well. What an honor.
Oh no. Oh no, he has the entire courtroom theme as his backing. Oh no! Well, Seishiro, are you going to explain all this?
You know it all by now, I imagine. What you didn't know, of course, is that 3 days ago, on the night before our arrival in Britain, an attempt was made on my life here, on this very ship.
By the Reaper of the Bailey. Yes, I've heard. Because you were once prosecuted by the Reaper, weren't you? 10 years ago now, mind you.
And I had no idea at the time what a dangerous individual he was. Anyway, when we arrived in London to find the symposium was postponed until goodness knows when. it became all too apparent to me that I might very well be targeted again.
So you decided to flee the capital without saying a word to me about it?
I'm afraid so. Yes. Of course, I realize now that I really ought to have confided in you. It's somewhat surprising, I must say. What is? Well, first-class cabins aboard luxury steamships are in very short supply. It's more than a little hard to believe that this one just happened to be available. So says the protagonist of some colorful short stories. Well, I don't care for your opinion. The cabin did just happen to be available, so I purchased a ticket, and here I am.
I've just seen for myself the obvious remnants of that incident in this cabin. So you'd already purchased your return ticket before we even docked in Dover, had you? To prevent anyone else taking this cabin and seeing the evidence. Is that it?
Eugene, I have nothing to say to you. Well, in a mere 5 minutes, this ship will set off in its onward voyage and not make port again until Italy. I'm afraid we must insist that you disembark with us at once. You have no jurisdiction over my movements.
We have this, Seishiro. Take it. Ah, fucking warrants.
What is it?
It's a subpoena from the Old Bailey. You're a man of the law. You know what the ramifications of ignoring a document like this from the British courts would be.
You came prepared, then, Eugene.
Come on. Let's go.
One moment.
What is it, Sholmes?
Inside Mr. Jigoku's trunk.
Top of the fucking watch.
Oh my own. I found this rather fascinating trinket.
What is that? Seishiro?
I can't help you, I'm afraid. Some small component from something. But what? I have no idea.
By the look on his face, I think he genuinely doesn't know.
Well, let us pocket it as a small souvenir of our brief sojourn in France.
Small component has been entered into the court record. Well, young Naruhodo, I think we've done as much as we can, I'm afraid. The rest will be on the shoulders of you and your assistant. Okay. If I stop here right now for the night, how much is left of this game realistically? Do I need to prepare myself for an 8-hour stream on Thursday? Or like, you know, maybe like a 6-hour stream or something? Like, am I at the end here? Is this the final court session of the game? Is my question. I'm gonna hit save
My
regardless.
gut feeling is yes, of course.
But like, because like I was thinking we were going to... Okay, that says investigation part 1. Wait, hold up. There's still a lot left.
lot.
Okay, let's let it lead into what's going on here, because this says investigation and not court. So...
Yeah.
Okay.
No, this is not it. No, this is not. Okay.
It's not investigation? Quite a bit to go. Okay. Let's have them lead us in, and we'll see how we're feeling. But I think I feel like we're reaching a good stopping point for the night.
Stopping point. Yeah, I agree. Yeah.
Kazuma Asogi. I know you, and I know you wouldn't lie. You have 2 more trial parts to go, counting this one. Okay. We'll go for 10 more minutes, or for a good stopping point. We'll hit 4 hours, then we'll call it for the night then, because we should not overload ourselves with this case. I know you, and I know you wouldn't lie, but still, there's no doubt that you're holding something back. You know more than you're saying. During the past 30 minutes, while this court was adjourned, all possible efforts were expended. But sadly, Mr. Jigoku's whereabouts could not be ascertained.
We must accept the unfortunate conclusion that the Reaper has already done the deed. There's no sense in wasting any more of the court's time. The prosecution calls for an immediate verdict.
Objection!
No. The trial cannot end now.
You're a Japanese man, Ryunosuke. You should know when to lay down your sword.
And you should know never to presume when the battle is won.
Court has already been presented with all the evidence and heard all relevant testimony. There can only be one conclusion: that the accused is guilty.
All relevant testimony? Far from it. There's still a crucial witness, from whom the court is yet to hear a single word of testimony. In that case...
Oh, yeah. I'm so used to reading from Reddit to the judge.
Yeah, well, hey, you're getting your judge in this case. Don't worry.
It's true.
That you have always done a judge in every single one of these, I think. In that case, call your witness to the stand at once, counsel. Yes, my lord. Tomorrow, if possible. The witness is already on his way and scheduled to arrive tomorrow.
Who on earth is Who on earth is this crucial witness?
Seishiro Jigoku. The very man allegedly murdered by the Reaper.
Judge Shigoku! You found him!
You've literally been standing in here. How did you find him? Can the Japanese communicate with each other? Kazuma.
Ah,
Buddy.
the Japanese!
That's what I've been saying, man. But the investigations of every policing resource in the capital suggest that Jigoku is already dead. How in the name of God did you find the man?
Well, in the name of myself, I used the world's greatest detective.
The realest motherfucker ever, actually. I've always said good things about Sholmes, guys. Yeah, I was never a hater. You all know. He was located in France during the recess at the port of Dunkirk. Thanks to one Mr. Herlock Sholmes' famous famous deductions. Herlock Sholmes. Inspector Gregson almost certainly met with Mr. Jigoku on the night of his death. Because along with Prosecutor Asogi, Gregson was on a mission to assassinate the man. Fuck. Which means that Seishiro Jigoku is the sole witness who can clarify exactly what happened aboard the SS Groose on the 31st of October. Well, it would appear that it's too soon to move to adjudication at this point. Fuck. What he's actually saying is, go get him. You're getting him, man. You're the best.
Prosecution concurs. The court must hear Mr. Jigoku's testimony. No judgment should be passed until all testimony has been considered.
In that case, sorry for taking a break and then immediately ending the stream, everyone, but I hereby call the end of today's proceedings. Court will reconvene at the same hour tomorrow. No objections from either side. No, my lord. In fact, thanks.
No objections, my lord.
Damn, another night in the slammer. Fuck. We live to fight another day. By the skin of our teeth! Right, so we were technically thrown into an investigation sequence there, and that's why it said that. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So I'm curious if once I finish this stream, I'm gonna check YouTube. I'm gonna see if there were stutters in it, because I might have to re-upload this as a, just an actual video. Because, like, it's telling me I have 70,000 frames dropped. Yet when I click on YouTube, it says I have an excellent connection. It's very weird. I've never seen this before. All right. Now what's it say? So it says investigation for one.
It says it again.
It's fine. It's fine. We're gonna stop right here on this one. What was I gonna say?
So
Had something
you
I
were
was
all
gonna point out.
saying
Something
we
was
have
gonna
like 2 streams left, do you think?
Yeah, it's like if it's 2 4-hour trial sections, I'm going to split it at that point. However, I do fear that next stream we are just going to be there for 8 hours.
Yeah.
So what we should probably do next stream is like after 3 hours, we should just like force a good stopping point. And then we pick up on like Monday or maybe we do a Saturday or something then, right? Do a special Saturday stream that we never do. And then we finish it then. I think that sounds reasonable.
I think that sounds reasonable.
So yeah, Thursday. Okay, guys, be back Thursday to not finish this out, but it's looking good for my thumbnails. I'll have the fade out where the final thumbnail will just be black because you'll be dead. It's gonna be great. Yeah, it's fucking cool, right? Yeah. There was something I was gonna say. Okay, so before you all go, just some quick thoughts here. Obviously, like I'm pretty shaken to my core. My heart is very fulfilled seeing a true deduction. That was really fun. That was excellent. Like huge applause there. But I am something that's crossed my mind here. So I shouldn't have to say this, but spoilers for the end of Trials and Tribulations. I know we've spoken pretty openly. I assume if you're watching this, you probably played through the trilogy. But just in case you haven't, don't listen to this. Go watch or play the trilogy, okay? I care too much about it to not give a spoiler warning right now. So Bridge to a Turnabout is still probably the best case in the series for many reasons, right? Design-wise and emotional-wise, it's just the best. But there's something that case has that no other case has in the entire game. And I don't know if it was like my naivete or I just couldn't believe it or what, but the end of that case swerves into a true culprit. The person who put the blade to the body, right?
Right.
And that shit got me, man. I couldn't believe that there was a real killer suddenly. And I'm sitting here with this case and I'm like, are we gonna have a moment like that or something? Or are we just gonna have a complicated line leading to Strongheart? Because that's what we have been sitting here for 120 hours thinking about, right? Is it all just gonna come back to Strongheart now?
Yeah.
Which, if it's written well enough and it's hard to pin him, then fine. Because obviously, like, he is very much like, he looks like Gant. He's in a position like Gant. And pitting down Gant was awesome. But I think I might be a little, my apprehensions right now are, I hope it's not that simple. I'm sure it won't be simple getting there, because God knows they pulled out the stops this time to be like, hey, fuck you. That you get groosed, loser. But I'm hoping something really nutso happens here, because it is still like, it's probably one of these guys currently. And they gotta really sell that to me if I'm gonna be impressed with that. Especially after all the how grandiose it's been. For it to just be what, like, the player has just felt it to be, they gotta really earn that then. That's just my feelings right now. I won't bring that up again. It's just on my mind here, so. Alright, guys. Man, this fucking stream. This alleged technical problem that's not real, but real for some people. Hope it, I might go reset my router then, and, I hope that fixes it, but I also am scared to death of that, but, alright, guys. Good night. Oh, jeez, I clicked on it. Oops.